We have dived into history of Medan, cultural heritage, urban heritage landscape, and others. This summer course is not just an opportunity to gain knowledge, but also to connect with like-minded individuals and form lasting professional relationships.
Today marks the beginning of a journey that promises to inspire, challenge, and broaden our perspective. We have an incredible lineup of sessions, workshops, and discussions led by some of the most influential voices in architecture.
So, without further ado, let's kick off this event with enthusiasm and open minds. We hope you make the most of this unique experience.
Once again, welcome to the International Summer Course Architecture 2024 Day 4, and let's embark on this journey of discovery together.
We want to remind you again, please turn on your camera and keep engaging with the class to the best participant for this year's summer course.
That's right. There are some criteria for you to be nominated for the best participants. You can search up the criteria in the program book.
And let's don't forget to give a round of applause for everyone who is joining us. Let's introduce our Assam moderator for today's first session, Mr. Abdurrahman Kamarusama.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to welcome you today as we hear from a distinguished lecturer in architecture, Mr. Abdurrahman Hamarus.
Mr. Rahman holds a Master in Architecture from Brooklyn University, Australia, and a bachelor degree from UITM, Malaysia. He has extensive teaching experience, including subjects like design studio and construction technology.
His career spans both academia and industry, with roles as a junior graduate architect and assistant architect in notable firms across Malaysia. He also contributes to academia through various administrative roles.
Mr. Rahman is also a researcher, focusing on enhancing creativity in architectural design and addressing language challenges in technical jargon.
Please join me in welcoming Mr. Abdul Rahman Kamaruzaman.
Good morning, Mr. Rahman.
Morning. Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Can you hear me clearly?
Hey, Mr. Rahman.
Hi. Thanks for the feedback, Dr. Lim. All right, thanks everybody. Good morning. How are you all today? The fourth day of summer camp. Hope you are still interested and motivated to carry on with the summer camp until the last day. All right, so without further ado, I will be moderating for this morning session for 2 hours. Yeah. So today we have our speaker, which is Mr. Punto Wijaya Yanto. All right, I will be talking about him first. Mr. Punto also holds a position as a lecturer. Currently, he's a lecturer at the Department of Architecture, Universitas Trisakti in Jakarta. So in 2013, that was nearly 10 years ago, he successfully completed his master's degree in urban and regional planning from Universitas Gajah Mada in Yogyakarta. Yogyakarta. Okay. He actively participated in the Indonesian Heritage Trust and ICOMOS Indonesia, which is currently his professional membership, where he contributed in developing a training program to improve in heritage conservation. That's very good. So from 2012 to 2019, Pak Punto, should I call you Pak Punto or Mr. Punto? Which would you prefer?
Pak Punto is fine.
Oh, Pak Punto, all right. More to the cultural. Okay, so he also participated in capacity building initiative to create partnership with the Indonesian Ministry of Public Works and Public Housing, also to preserve, in intention to preserve the heritage value. All right, this is very what we call it a down to earth kind of work. Okay, This program has a very specific focus on enhancing conservation practices in heritage cities throughout the Indonesia. So with his research, which focus on the implementation of sustainable heritage management, SHM, he investigates methods to incorporate sustainable principles like the sun path and the wind flow and whatnot into preservation of the cultural heritage. So the existing thing that is already been built there, say the natural stuff or maybe the value of that city. So they want to fuse them together. Okay. So Pak Punto is currently involved in various heritage initiatives in Jakarta. So he's one of the important people there, and focus his work in this project to highlight the significance of conserving cultural heritage while also addressing modern urban challenges. Okay, so Pak Punto also making a substantial contribution to the field of heritage work conservation in Indonesia through his academic and professional endeavors. So he is actively promoting education initiative and practical conservation strategies. Maybe you can come to Malaysia too. We don't have that a lot in Malaysia. Okay. So he started the Bachelor of Engineering in 1997. That's early. Until 2003. And then he continued School of Architecture. Where is this? In Paris. Is it Paris? Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
it is in fact.
So you can speak France then.
Un petit peu,
So 1 year, 1 year, correct?
just 1 year. Just
Okay,
proud
and
of.
then for 3 years from 2010 to 2013, he took his masters as mentioned before. So right now he has two personal bodies, professional bodies. The one that I mentioned, International Council of Monuments and Sites, and the second one, which has been longer than that one I mentioned, is the BPPI. What does it stand for? BPPI?
Bumi Pelestarian Pusaka Indonesia or
Ah.
Indonesian Heritage Trust.
In English, it's Indonesian Heritage.
Yeah.
All right. So today he will be presenting to you all regards his profession on how the tips and tricks, maybe the tips and trick of how to preserve. And then this knowledge is very important for future architects and also future development people, so that they will know that to conserve heritage value or this so-called what do you call this, the diamond of the place, for you to not destroy it in together with Mother Nature and our historic cultural background. Okay, so without further ado, I would like to remind Pak Punto that you have like 1.5 hours for your presentation. Please
1
make
hour
it
is okay.
1 hour is
We
okay.
will have 1
Okay,
hour.
and then after that we can
for
have
discussions. Yes.
okay, we can have another 30 minutes to complete the 2 hours of this morning. All right, I'll give the floor to you.
Baik. Thank you very much, Pak Abdul Rahman. How should I call you?
Yeah, Abdurrahman is fine. Rahman won't, okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Pak Abdul Rahman,
sama-sama.
for introducing me to the participants. And thank you for the organizing committee for inviting me. This is my second participation in the International Summer Course Architecture, particularly focus on the heritage management, historical urban landscape, also other relevant topics on the Kesawan area. And we will work on the Kesawan area. And I have been asked by the committee to discuss about historical urban landscape quick scan actually. And yesterday, Professor Kemas from Universitas Indonesia already shared some thoughts about the historical urban landscape quick scans, and I will elaborate further about how to implement historical urban landscape quick scan, and especially because in the next few days, participants will work in the field, working on the Kesawan area, and the methods that one of the methods that the participants will use is historical urban landscape quick scans. Yeah. Okay. So that I don't need to explain again about the historical urban landscape or urban landscape quick scan, but I will just refresh you with some important points about what is historical landscape and what is historical urban landscape quick scan. Then we will discuss about how you can use these methods for your fieldwork students. I will start with this. I hope you still remember what Pak Kemas said. And before Pak Kemas, you have also Prof. Johannes Widodo from NUS explaining about historical urban landscape. This one scans. Historical urban landscape is urban area understood as the results of a historic region of cultural and natural values and attributes. So you will find some keywords in these definitions. Historical urban landscape is not really a new concept, but considering what we have here so far about heritage. For example, in Indonesia, we have the terminology of cagar budaya, and our focus mainly is on the protections or conservations of single buildings. Sometimes we don't consider the setting of the building as part that needs to be conserved or protected. So historic urban landscape emphasize that it is important to really understand historic heritage and its context. Context can be varied. It includes geology, hydrology, geomorphology, and etc. But also physical aspects like history, economics, social, or culture. The interaction between these aspects, the result is our heritage. So historic urban landscape extend the definitions of the concept of historic landscape extends beyond the notions of only historic center, ensemble of buildings, because it includes broader urban and its geographical settings. So the consequences is that when we discuss about historic urban landscape, so not only about the heritage area, but can also the neighborhood area. And on the other side, it's also what people thought, or what people discuss, or what is the visions of the city heritage area. But don't forget, heritage conservation is not only about the building, about the object, but how to improve quality of life of people, to make people prosperous. So the historic urban landscape approach is aimed at preserving the quality of the human environment. To make the urban space more productive, be more sustainable by understanding what is the character, what is the social and functional character of the area, which is also dynamic, and we want to facilitate the heritage area to be evolved, to be developed, be relevant for the recent or the current situations. Yeah. So what I discussed, you can see this picture before historical urban landscape. Perhaps people thinks when we do something about heritage, it's only about the building. Or if it's not about buildings, perhaps about some structures, historical structures, for example, the holiday beach or the plaza. But when you recognize and you admit historical urban landscape, you have to also start to understand the context or the setting of the buildings, the infrastructure, urban structure of the city, and other physical aspects, topography, hydrology, but also non-physical aspects, economic activity, social value, culture, how can a city become a stable ecosystem? Talking about the people, how can future generations be engaged in maintaining the continuations of urban? What kind of new financial tools can be used to improve quality design? So that's historic urbanism. Why I believe most of the participants are coming from Department of Architecture and Urban Planning. And I believe you relate, yeah, with this because you study about this. Yeah. Because those who introduce historic urban landscape, they are architects, they are urban planners. Yeah. There are two experts, Italy and also from Netherlands. For example, this Ron van Ors, he, he is architect and urban planner, and he studied about urban heritage and conservation, and he realized that he understand, he realized that it is almost not possible for heritage conservation activity only to focus on how to protect the objects without considering how to involve community in the process, how to think about how to finance, yeah, these heritage conservations, yeah, not also make it regulations, good planning, but not only good planning, but also how to implement. Yeah. This historic urban landscape approach then introduce some steps. Yeah, uh, understanding that there are four important factors needs to be involved in heritage observations. One is knowledge and plan tools. Second is civic engagement tools. Third is financial tools, and fourth is regulatory systems. Then these four actors is elaborated in these steps of actions. First action, first step. Yeah, of course, if you want to do something about heritage area, you have to understand. We have to identify heritage. We have to identify the value. How we can do that? Yeah, so we have to undertake an assessment, but not only about culture, but also about the city's natural, cultural, and human resources. There are actually many tools can be used. We can just do mapping. Yeah, we can also do interview, but there is also good methods called cultural mapping. And I believe after this, Ibu Ulrike Helbig from Austria will introduce and will explain about his cultural mapping methods, yeah, to do this first step. And then the second step is to use participatory planning and stakeholder consultations. So at least we have to understand that in heritage conservation, like in urban management or city management, there are some stakeholders that is involved in the process. There is no single stakeholders that play that work on managing the city, including managing the heritage area. We know that at least public, government, community, or private sector. And we have also to think, we have to identify those stakeholders, their interests, and their roles in heritage conservation. So participatory planning, so that all stakeholders can start, yeah, to be involved. So it's always good to start this heritage conservation process from the beginning by involving different technologies. And then the third step is to assess the vulnerability. There is always threats. There is always problems in heritage conservation, threats to the heritage objects, problems of how to involve different stakeholders, convince different stakeholders to be involved, and especially relate to the socio and economic dynamics of the city. I believe you often hear that talking about heritage conservations, people, the first questions of the people is what is the benefit of doing heritage conservations? Pressure of development is one of the main threats here in doing the heritage conservations. But there are also another things, and you have to identify that kind of vulnerability of urban heritage. And then the fourth step, if the third step is to understand the internal problems in heritage objects, the fourth step is to understand the external opportunities for heritage. We can do the heritage conservations better if we can integrate heritage conservations in a broader context of urban development. So we have to be aware what is the new policy, for example, of cities. What is, for example, the issue of tourism, or recent issue, for example, about climate change, and how we can use heritage to contribute to solve those issues, for example. At least, for example, heritage can be used for tourism, but not only for that. We also need to believe that heritage can be used to contribute to other aspects of sustainable development goals. I believe you all know about sustainable development goals. Yeah. So heritage conservation can also be used for how to tackle poverty, for example, how to make jobs. Yeah, people. We have to think about that. And then the fifth steps is to think about what kind of actions here for the conservations and development. And then six, yeah, to establish partnership and create a management frameworks. Yeah. So this from the second steps, we already identify the stakeholders. Then we go to the six steps. We try to connect all stakeholders that is already agree to participate in the process. So who will do what actions. And then the last one is to develop mechanism. So we start with good planning. What we will do in the, for example, in the short-term planning, or the medium or the long-term planning, and how we can coordinate who should do in the first year, the second year, third, etc. So historic urban landscape really is manifested in good planning process. Yeah. Okay. Now I will elaborate what Pak Kemas yesterday already explained to you about the step-by-step in doing the historic urban landscape quick scan. And I will also show you some more details activities that you need to conduct during your field work in the next or in the next few days. But first thing first, historic urban landscape does not replace the HUL approach. HUL quick scan will be conducted only a very short times. For example, in our activity now, it will be conducted in 3 or 4 days. So there will be some requirements to do a good HUL quick scan. Yeah, good. Of course, good heritage planning will need very detailed, for example, heritage mapping. will need a very detailed research, historical research. But in this HUL quick scan, because we don't have much time, we are expected to work on, we start to work on existing research or existing archives that already interpreted by researchers. That's why I believe in the first day, historian about Medan already explained to you about the history of Medan. So from his explanations, yeah, you can start to do the first steps to understand about urban landscape of the area. And then HUL quick scan, it will help to formulate a visions and principle for future development based on our identifications of tangible and intangible heritage features. And then last ones, we are expected to generate proposal, to generate idea. As Pak Kemas already explains, by doing this HUL quick scan approach, we are hope to inspire people, to tell people that we can optimize the usage, utilizations of heritage asset in a heritage area. That's why, based on the vision and principles, we are expected to visualize so that, of course, we know that it is easier to talk with people using pictures, diagrams, or schemes, or whatever. So there is no specific tools here. There is no fixed tools that you must use here to generate ideas and proposals. So any types, as long as it can helps you to communicate, to deliver your idea about how to use or to conserve heritage area. Yeah. So what to do in this first step? I believe the organizing committee try to give you a lot of materials. So not just the theoretical things, but also practical things. And those materials from great lecturers, really is needed to do this kind of work. Yeah, of course, the problem is because you have to you have it in a very short time. Perhaps you are now still try to digest the materials, but believe me that when we can use those different methods given by different lecturers. You can do this HUL quick scan, or I have to say that you can think about how to do heritage planning for heritage area. I think I remember. Yeah, I know that. I think 2 days before you already got the materials about historical research, the story about the history of Medan, and then how to do digging the data. So please do it. Yeah. Before you do the field work, it is better for you to do the historical research about the area. Try to find different old maps. Try to do to read materials about the history of the area. Yeah. The historical research will help you when you do the mapping of the heritage assets. Yeah. When you do historical research, please do it not just about from the histories, not only about the chronological time of development, but also try to understand the development of the space of the area. Try to understand how the area developed, the structure of the area, yeah, the streets, the space, and different buildings emerge from time to time. So before the field work, please do the historical research, and please do literature review. Literature review, you can use books, journals. Please find what is the architecture of the area, what is the landmark of the area. And then during the field work, you will do the mapping of the heritage assets, but not only tangible, but also intangible. Later, Ibu Ulrike will explain to you about the methods, cultural mapping. And then from that, you will have the list of heritage assets, both tangible and intangible. Yeah, what you want to see from you, from these first steps, is list of different maps and also some photo series. Different maps of heritage buildings, maps of the functions of those heritage buildings, and perhaps different depends on the character of the area. Perhaps how many stories the building are, and any informations that can tell us about the character of the area. So you will need maps and photo series to tell us about the character of the area. Yeah. Okay. I want to tell you something more about this method, type morphological method. Yeah, that can help to understand this. That can help you to understand the heritage area, typomorphology. So typomorphological approach is reflects the dialectic, the dialogue, the communication between building typology, and urban morphology. So we asked to analyze, what is the meanings of the buildings, relate to the developments of the city. So this approach utilizes the components of urban elements used in typological and morphological approach. So we study the change, the physical form of the cities or in the area from time to time. I'm sorry because I didn't join the first lecture about history of Medan, but I believe you already find some informations about how city of Medan evolved and perhaps how the area that you will work on evolve. So you can start to really you check, you examine, the area that you will work on, how the area evolve. See the streets, see the plots, and also see and check the building forms. Also see the land use, the buildings, non-buildings, green area, for example, from time to time. Some experts in urban typomorphological approach says that this kind of method consists of, there are at least 3 components that needs to be checked: street layout, building blocks or ground plan, and then building form, building type, and land or building utilizations. But these physical aspects also need to be supported by non-physical. So to understand why these physical aspects of this area, why it is specific in this area, also we need to relate it with the non-physical aspect of this area, the history, the culture, social, and etc. And we can do it, you can do it later using this cultural mapping method. You will do the interview, for example, with local community, or you can also check the local history of the area. This is just this is examples of checking the development of an area using maps from different times, from different years. This is the example of the development of an area in Jakarta of Mentangs. We are lucky, when we are doing this research, because we have a lot of old maps from different time, from the year of 1866, yeah, 1880, 1906, 1910, 1919, 1923, 1913, 1945, 1947. So you can understand how the area of Menteng is a historic area, heritage area in Jakarta is evolved, and also how it relates with the developments of the surrounding or the Jakarta area. Yeah, and also interesting, and don't forget that we also need to understand the non-physical aspects of this area. And the case of Menteng show us that the the form of the Menteng area relate with the idea of garden city introduced in Europe. Yeah. So I have to wait 5 minutes. I have to connect my laptop with. I have to recharge my laptop. Yeah. Okay. Then also after understanding the morphology of the area, try to understand in a detailed scale what is the building form or building type of this area. Yeah, they have some houses with different models and some also different scale, different size, 1 stories, 2 stories, the relation between the building and the plot. Yeah. These things you need to understand. Yeah. Now, this is the example from the workshop last year. Yeah. Yeah, from the observation, from the field work, you will need to produce some maps like this, heritage maps, and then building function maps. And don't forget, yeah, heritage maps is not only about landmark. Perhaps in the area that you will do the research, there are buildings like shop house, which is also important because they are representing the development of the area. They are also historical. And then from these maps, you also need to produce this photo series. You can do the photo series. And if you have time, and I hope you can do it, also good to do some this sketch to really understand the form, the relations of the ensemble of the buildings in there. So this is from the first steps. And in the end of the process, besides you produce the maps, the narrative or the story, the history of the area, maps of tangible assets, intangible assets, please also consider to understand the value of the heritage in the area. Whether the object has historical, architectural, social, or natural or ecological value. So you have this matrix, this table. It can help you to understand what is the contributions of heritage to the aspect of sustainable development, and what is the level of importance of the objects, whether it's international or to only district level. You can try, you can exercise doing this. For example, buildings, any buildings, it has perhaps architectural value. It is perhaps already a cagar budaya peringkat nasional, so level of importance is international. Yeah, it is perhaps used as a bank, for example, so it has economic value. or perhaps it is used for community gathering, so it has a cultural value, or etc. But you can use these tables to help you to understand the value of the heritage object or heritage assets in your area. Yeah. The second step is challenge and opportunities. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have to say that in most of heritage area, we always have challenge. We always have problems. So by doing this kind of workshop, try to find some recommendations or hopefully solutions how to deal with the problems, how to make, how to conduct heritage conservations in a proper way. Yeah, how government give can get inspirations to support heritage conservations. So be sure that you will find some challenge when you go to the field and you will see what is happening with heritage objects in this heritage area of Kusaka. Yeah, there are two types of challenge that you will find, that we will see. Yeah, based on UNESCO guidelines, yeah, the operational guidelines. The first type of challenge is that the property is faced with specific and proven imminent danger. Yeah, so you go to the field and you see the buildings, perhaps it is dilapidated or even already damaged. Collapse or extra or problem happening, serious deteriorations of materials or even structure, so it cannot no longer can be used. Serious deteriorations of architectural or town planning coherence. For example, suddenly there is a highway crossing the area. It happens in some cities, including in Jakarta. Serious deteriorations of urban or rural space or natural environments. Yeah, suddenly the government decide to cut all the trees, so it give damage or it can give the impact of the local microclimates of the area, for example, and in the end, it gives the impact to the property. Significant loss of historical authenticity. You go to heritage area, you see the heritage building, perhaps the owner of the buildings already make some change the facades because they want to make a new function to the buildings, or important loss of cultural significance. Yeah. And then the second challenge is still a potential. So you go to the field, there's nothing happens, but you sense that the near future there will be a problem with the heritage area in that area. Yeah. The challenge, for example, modifications of the juridical status of the property, and because of that, there is problem of how the level of protections of the buildings or the heritage assets. And then there is no conservation policy. And then another potential danger is threatening effects of the regional planning project. So it is also important to not only to focus on the heritage, but also to see the surrounding area, what is happening, development of this area, because it also can have the impact to the heritage. And then the town planning, also check, that's all regional planning, town planning. And then threat of armed conflict, if it is, yeah, it is there. And then impacts of climatic, geological disaster, for example. Yeah, if you know that there is a flood, for example, earthquake happening, etc. So the impact or the damage will coming in the near future or in the future. But we have to be aware. So you can see, yeah, you can go to the field and you try to connect vulnerability of the heritage objects that you already identify with this list of challenges. Okay, this is just a story about World Heritage. So even if a building or an object already designated as a World Heritage, there is still a threat. So the problem is not only with us, with our heritage objects, but also happens with the World Heritage. So we know that already there are three World Heritage already deleted from the list. Oman's Arabian Oryx Sanctuary, Dresden in Germany, there is a historic area, and then also Liverpool, the last one in 2021. And the cost is perhaps you cannot imagine because of the development of the buildings can be the cost of the deletion of an object from the list of World Heritage list. But this happened because with the development of this bridge, it gave the impact to the visual connections within one side of this area to another sides. It changed the form of the landscape of this area. Yeah. So you have to be aware, yeah, sense, feel, yeah, uh, what is happening in the area, what kind of development, and whether it can be the challenge, yeah, for the health conservations of this of the area. UNESCO also identify there are 14 primary threats to heritage, World Heritage especially. But you can use this list when you go to the field and you check the vulnerability of the heritage objects in your area to make the list of challenges if you want to do heritage conservation. First is buildings and developments, transportation infrastructure. Yeah. In Jakarta, for example, we face the challenge of the development of MRT, which MRT, mass rapid transport, metro, any terminology that you use. It is good, but because it cross heritage area, at the same time, it also gives problems for the conservations of our heritage area. And then utilities or services infrastructures, we also have that kind of problem now in Jakarta because of the development of sewerage network. You know that sewerage network is, of course, is underground, and because it will be developed in the area of old town of Jakarta, and a lot of possible artifacts or possible archaeological sites in that area. So it will be a threat, it will be a challenge. And then pollution, biological resource use modification, it will give the impact to the quality of the buildings related to materials. And then physical resource extractions, mining activity, local conditions affecting physical public, perhaps related to the local climates, and then social cultural uses of heritage uh, and other human activities related with social cultural uses. And then now we also have the problem with climate change and weather events, sudden ecological or geological events, yeah, earthquake, perhaps flood, invasive alien species, and also management and institutional factors. Nah, but on the other hand, although we have the challenges, there is also some opportunities. Yeah. So don't worry. If we deal with heritage conservation, we work on heritage conservation, there is also some opportunities that facilitate us in the process, planning how to do the heritage conservation in a good way. So first thing, for example, urban heritage character, yes, is often located in prime real estate areas. So the locations, on one hand, it can be a problem, but on the other hand, it can be opportunity. If we can find a good recommendation, a good proposal how to use the heritage building, for example. Yeah. So it is a good opportunity. And then a significant character. So heritage asset has a good marketability. Heritage contributes to the sense of place. So you understand that tourism will benefit with this sense of place. But we hope that we can develop a good and responsible tourism, so not just mass tourism. And then strong flexible structures. Yeah, some heritage building is already like, more than 50 years already, 100 years. So we have to believe that they have a very strong and good structure. They are sustainable. Yeah. Some said that doing heritage conservation is doing green, is doing the greenest things is doing the heritage conservation. Sustainable passive environmental system, but although of course we have to check it, but there is possibility, there is opportunity that heritage conservation is more sustainable than building a new one. And then involves conservations of important place. It means that we can modify, can do interventions to the area that already in a bad situations. And there is still possibilities for innovative or contemporary design. Yeah. This you this some pictures from the recent trend in the development of heritage area in Indonesia. Although perhaps we can discuss whether it is good or not, but still it can inspire us that doing heritage conservations of heritage area is promising. Yeah, it is good for citizens, so they can have alternative. So not only they have to spending their time going to the mall, shopping malls, etc., but they can also come to heritage area like this. So the first picture on the right is in Kota Lama Semarang. 2-3 years ago, conservation revitalization of the area started. Yeah. And also some buildings already well restored and used now for cafe, shops, etc. And always full with people, not only local but also tourists from outside Semarang. And then the second is M Block Space in Jakarta. It's a former office of printing money company, office warehouse that is now used for gathering area, especially for young people. Yeah. So you see that the opportunities is that heritage area can be a place of inspirations. People coming there, for relaxing, but also for learning about the history of the city, so that they can identify themselves as the people of the city. So really, heritage contribute to the development, not only the city, physical aspect, but also the development of us, as humans. So when you do the challenges and opportunities in the step 2, you can also use this table matrix. Don't forget that there are every objects, they have different value. Just make sure that you already have the list of those objects. Yeah. The historical, architectural, social, natural, ecological. Yeah. Check what is the challenges and check what is the opportunities from different level, city or district level. And step 3 and step 4. Yeah. So in this step, vision. Yeah. The vision outlines your long-term goals for the study area. So I believe, I remember that Pak Kemas yesterday mentioned that Vision that is something in the future. It's a bit abstract, but something that you want to achieve, yeah, in the future, and you have to do it step by step. Now we are having our workshop 2024. So let's say we want to do something for the heritage area of Kesawan. That, for example, now the condition is a bit not good, yeah, but we hope that in 2030 there is some changes there. Yeah. Buildings which is now unused to 2030 become used. Yeah. So this visions helps you then to describe, to define what will be the steps to achieve that year by year, long term, short term or medium term, which is then elaborated in the principles. Yeah, so vision and principles, they are related. Visions is a reflections of how you connect challenge and opportunities, and then principle is then how you describe what is the conditions needed to achieve the visions that you establish. Vision in this thing, please be aware. Okay, vision, all those vision. When you are formulating vision, it will be some words, a statement. But don't forget, vision will make community, will make different stakeholders to feel relate, yeah, one another. We call it the power of the vision. Yeah. I think you remember this one, this superhero is familiar with you. The name of the superhero is also Vision. But the power, it has power. It's a superhero, part of the Marvel, part of the Avengers. But the power of the Vision, the superhero, is not just about the speed, for example, or the strength. The power of Vision is empathy. Vision is actually yeah. Let's talk a bit about Vision. Vision is actually an android. It's not human, but he really wants to be like human. So he develops his capability, his capacity, yeah, to have empathy to what people, yeah, thinks or feel. So don't forget, when you formulate the visions, your visions, what you want to achieve, what you want to see happens in heritage area. It's not only about heritage buildings, but about the people of the heritage area. What will be different when we do these heritage observations? That their life is improved, will be improved, yeah. That they like in a more improved area with a good quality of area. So think about that. Yeah, whether their work, there is opportunity of job, for example, yeah, in heritage area. Quality of environment is better. So there is the visions. Yeah. So be like a vision to formulate the vision. So how to determine visions and principles? We also have these tables that you can use, that can help you to develop vision and principle. Vision, okay, you know how to formulate that, yeah, based on the challenge and opportunities, and how you will deal with the challenge opportunities in the very far in the future. Let's think 5 or 10 years. You put the vision there, and then you identify To formulate the principles, you identify the most challenging threats faced by the locations. Yeah. Which attributes are affected? This is to make you keep in mind that we want to deal with the problem that heritage objects face, and things action that can be taken to respond to these threats. Better if the action can align with the opportunities that already identified, and then formulate the condition that must be present or occur for these actions to be realized. And also add this the last column. List the articles, and we want to be sure that you know about the regulations. We also want to be sure that you check the local planning or other related documents, yeah, that can be used for the proposal that you will create after this. Yeah, sorry. Jadi, so for example, to create the principles, you will use some terminology that refer to heritage field, heritage. Yeah. Yeah. For example, the word, I'm sorry, I put it is in bahasa. Yeah. You check according to our Undang-Undang Cagar Budaya, conservations or pelestarian is an activity of protections, activity of development, pengembangan, and activity of pemanfaatan, utilization. So when you develop or you try to formulate the principle, you can start with those terminology: protections, development, utilizations. Developments, there are two terminology under that development: adaptive reuse, do adaptive reuse, and do revitalizations. Yeah. Or you can also check other regulations from the Convention 1972, Venice Charter, Bura Charter, NARA Declarations, Undang-Undang Bangunan Gedung, Undang-Undang Cagar Budaya, Undang-Undang Cipta Kerja, or other relevant regulations, or the Minister Regulations of PUPR. PUPR is Pekerjaan Umum Perumahan Rakyat, Public Works and Public Housing, or other local regulations in Medan or in local regulation of Sumatera Utara province, for example. Or you can also use this. You check Sustainable Development Goals, because UNESCO now encourage us to connect heritage conservations with Sustainable Development Goals. So doing heritage conservations means that we can achieve Sustainable Development Goals. So heritage can also be contributed to the achievement of Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah. I'm sorry, in bahasa, but let's say heritage conservation can also be related to sustainability, environment sustainability, inclusive social development, inclusive economic development, and also peace and safe. So let's think that that's what we want to achieve. And step 5, I think this is the step that you are familiar with actually, but we have to remind you that please, when you do this kind of activity, heritage planning, don't go to the step 5. You have to start step by step, especially you have to understand what is happening with heritage area. Yeah. Don't give us solutions without knowing what is the problem in heritage area. This is our message to you, yeah, when you do or you works on heritage area. So basically, in step 5, you visualize the ideas or principles that you already developed, yeah, in the previous steps. So I think you are familiar with any tools, yeah, you can use schemes, diagrams, design, yeah, a design scheme, yeah, any you can use. I think, yeah. Okay, I think that's what I can share with you for now. So we can elaborate further by having discussion. Pak Abdul Rahman.
Ya, ya. Maaf, saya sedang bekerja universitas saya sebenarnya. Oh, sudah habis ya? Alright. Para peserta, jika ada soalan, sorry, I speak Malay. So, participant, if you have any questions to ask Pak Kunto, we would like to ask directly, or you can write it in the chat box beside. You're early, like nearly 1 hour, like 30 minutes early. So I have some remarks too, that I didn't know that the view could also be part of the heritage destruction, where you show the bridges now, where they install the new bridge, where you would make the view from the other side to the heritage view could be disrupted. So that one is also to be considered once we become an architect, right? So it's also a value that we must appreciate of the nice view of the creator of our God, if people believe as a Muslim person. So that's a rare information that all architects conclude in whenever they want to develop. They just remember to only have the view inwards towards the design that they want to build, but they forgot about the surround view that people would appreciate to be develop something. Like just now for the example of the bridge. Okay. So any one of you wants to? Okay, thank you, Pak Punto, for having in the chat box said, thank you, Pak Punto. You have mentioned before about the determination of vision and principles. It is similar to both creating and answering the research question at the first stage. That's the first question from Putri Fatira. So, first question for you. Is it similar to both creating and answering the research question at the first stage about the vision and principle?
Perhaps Putri can speak.
Can define what the question that she's trying to say. Can Putri speak maybe in your own words to our speaker? Putri?
So that we can be interactive mode.
Yeah, I agree on you with that.
Yeah.
Where's Putri?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, from my question is,
Where is Putri? Sorry, I cannot see you.
Sitting on the camera, is it?
all right, I have a look connection, so can
Okay,
wait, I
continue
try.
on.
Okay, tak apa.
Continue.
Continue.
Okay, my question is related on the second day of lecture, which is digging for data. So
Okay.
from Book Nadia Purvestri session, her mentioned that to continue our project or something else, there are 6 research steps, which is defining our research question. So, in your lecture today, you have mentioned that before this about the determination of vision and principle. So, is it similar to both creating and answering the research question at the first stage of project, which is mentioned by Book Nadia?
Oh, okay. Now I understand. Like, because I thought because in the
Thank you.
beginning, yes,
Sorry.
yes, yes. Because I thought in the beginning, your question relate to the first step of the HUL quick scan. But what you mean is that what the first stage is related to what Ibu Nadia explained. So it is different, of course. So the research questions is part of how you deal with the research, the historical research.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's
Then you
right.
have to finish the historical research and you have the result. But this vision and principle is part of the heritage planning, and historical research is part of the heritage planning. So you have to put first you have to put in mind that heritage historical research is part of the bigger activity, which is heritage planning or HUL quick scan. This HUL quick scan. Begitu Putri. Can you get the point? Yeah, but thank you very much. Sorry, we cannot hear you.
Or I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Bagus sekali.
All right, is there any other question? If there's no other question, we can proceed with our next agenda.
I think
No, saya
Pak
mungkin
Bunto.
oh ya, siapa ini?
Yeah,
Oh ya,
Bertelim,
Rahman.
bertelim.
I think
Yeah.
I would like to add something on Putri's question. Correct me if I'm wrong, Pak Bunto. I think the digging for data, that one is for more to literature review on the historical search, desktop search. That will complement the first step of your quick scan method,
Yes,
which is
yes.
constructing the matrix table. Yeah,
Mhm.
I think that is important to support your first step during this
Yeah.
quick scan. Am I right?
Ya, betul.
Yeah,
Correct,
betul.
correct.
Yeah. So maybe can you repeat again all the steps that included in this quick scan? Because you mentioned step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, but step 5 seems
Okay, no, because it's already
ambiguous. Can you please repeat again all the steps? So
because
I'm asking for
it's
the
already
participants
yes,
actually.
because it's
Yeah,
already
thank you.
explained by Pak Kemas yesterday. That's
Oh,
why
I see.
yeah.
Yeah, I missed yesterday's lecture. Sorry. That's why.
Tak apa.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So my presentation today is to be more detailed than what Pak Kemas explained yesterday.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, and also I think what we have to tell the participants is that there are a lot of materials that they have in this workshop, and they have to remember that all materials are related on each other, and one of the objectives of some topics, because they are part, it can be used to conduct this HUL quick scan. Yeah, for example, after this there will be a lecture about cultural mapping. Yeah, cultural mapping is part of the first step, the assessments or the mapping of heritage. And let me show this slide perhaps here. Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully before we do the field work, we start on Monday.
Monday,
Yeah.
go to site.
Monday. Yeah. I hope before going to the field work, participants, they already do the historical research and also do some literature review, yeah, about the area. Yeah, historical research based on the lecture by Ibu Nadia, I think 2 days ago. I don't know whether they have homework or not yet. based on the lecture by Ibu Nadia. But if there is a homework, so hopefully the homework relates with the collections of data to support the field work. Collecting the data about the Kesawan area, identify heritage buildings in Kesawan area. So hopefully, we'll check it, Pak Lim.
Inshallah.
Okay. Paham,
Right.
paham. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lim, for the
Yeah.
very concerned matter.
Thank you, Jalaman.
Okay. So is there any other student that wants to ask or anyone?
I have one question.
Okay, Danish Mirza.
How can an economical process become a part of heritage, and what are the examples? I don't really understand that point, because there are 14 aspects that is listed to become part of heritage, and I don't understand the economic processes.
Jerry, can you repeat again the question? I'm sorry.
Slowly.
Oh,
One by one.
Yeah.
It's too fast.
Uh, how can
Because I'm sorry, because I'm in a restaurant, in a cafe.
oh, okay. How
One question at a time.
how can an economical process become a part of heritage, and what are the examples?
Okay, so it's not really about the economic aspect of heritage. So let's say that heritage can contribute to economic activity. Sometimes tourism articulate that. So if you do heritage conservations, you have beautiful buildings. So heritage can be a tourism asset. So that is one example.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that is one example. But in other contexts, heritage also can contribute to economy. For example, in Kesawan area, of course, heritage buildings, they have function.
Okay.
Yeah, can have functions. So if we improve the quality of the area, if we do conservations there, it can give, like if we do revitalization to that kind of area, we can make the area good, and people will come and will, make the area dynamic again. You will join us or not, Danis?
I think he's just an online participant.
Yeah, I'm an online participant.
Yeah.
Okay, and participants.
So your second question?
That one is good questions, because there is always a debate, there is always a discussions whether economic can be a good friends of heritage conservations, because there are two sides. There are two sides of arguments about this. Some people who really support heritage, they say that if we think too much about economic for heritage conservations, it can be a threat. Even it can be a threat, because then, the word Disneyification. Yeah, we forget about the value of heritage. We just think about, let's say, because of tourism, just want to make people coming for heritage. But on the other hand, if we don't think about the economic aspect of heritage area, but heritage conservation, of course, needs to be financed, need funding. So we have to think about how to finance heritage conservation. It can be, finance can be exist, for example, if heritage buildings still function. So that's the relations between heritage and economy.
Okay,
Yeah.
understood.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Sama-sama.
So there's your two questions is answered, Mr. Danish?
Yeah, I think yes.
All right, thank you very much. All right, is there anyone else?
Thank
Last
you
one?
for your presentation, Pak Punto. I
Who's
want
speaking?
Nazla.
Nalia. Nazla.
Okay.
I don't understand the statement of HUL quick scan does not replace the HUL approach. Can you repeat again about the statement?
Yeah. When this is one is part of our process, yeah. If you follow what Pak Kemas explained yesterday, HUL Quicksand is intended it is inspired by HUL, historic urban landscape approach. But we have limitations. For example, historic urban landscape Quickscan should be done in like 4 or 5 days. Yeah. We understand the place, we see the value, and then we can think how to make a recommendation to inspire people that heritage can be an asset for the developments, or heritage has a value that can be, we have to see it important for the development. But HUL, of course, require more than that. For example, because there are 4 factors of HUL. One of it is the participations of community. It is not possible to involve community in the heritage conservation only in 4 or 5 days, right? So it's not ideal. Historic urban landscape is just a method in a short way to understand. At least, yeah, when you join the workshop, you know the steps, which is inspired by HUL approach, but it's not really HUL comprehensively. That's the method. Yeah.
It's clear. Is the answer clear for you, Nazla?
Yes. Thank you,
Yes.
Pak Punto.
Yeah. Yeah, for example, after this, you will learn about cultural mapping. Yeah, cultural mapping really needs the participations of community. So it's not just a formal process, not just to let people know about what we are doing something low in a heritage area. So not like that, but really to engage community people. That in the end, the end objective is that community will take the initiative to do heritage conservation. But in our process, perhaps in this workshop, we just like do interview. What is your opinions about heritage? Blah blah blah. So it's just like if you know about the stage of participations, perhaps it is only in the low level of participation. But at least participants will know about this. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Pak Punto, for the detailed answer. Is there any other else needs explaining or? Okay. All right. If there's none, I would like to proceed to the next agenda. So for you, Pak Punto, there is a token of appreciation online where we would like to give you a plaque and a certificate ceremony, a short ceremony.
Terima kasih Pak Abdul Rahman.
Terima kasih on your explanation about the heritage. There's very good insight for you, and I hope in future, if there's another third one, some of course you will be joining too, right? All right. On my statement from today's this morning session, that as you as future, whatever you are, maybe an architect or landscape designer or the one who want to develop the city, please make sure to consider the heritage value and heritage things that's already been there, not to be, those hypocrites where you just clean everything out and develop something new without considering what's there. Even our religion value also wants to conserve things that is nice and pleasing to the eyes to see, and also not to damage the earth. So with that, Pak Punto has already given a very detailed explanation on how to do it and such not. Okay, so with that, I will give back this session to the MC for the upcoming event. Thank you.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Terima kasih.
Thank you, Cik Rahman. Thank you, Pak Bunto. And all.
All right, as a token of appreciation to Mr. Abdul Rahman Hamaruzaman for moderating the first session,
The International Summer Course Architecture 2024 Committee presented a plaque of appreciation to Mr. Abdurrahman Kamaruzaman. Thank you, Mr. Abdurrahman Kamaruzaman.
There's no video.
we apologize, Mr. Rahman. We'll try again once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Punto and Mr. Rahman, for the enlightening presentation.
All right, now for all students, I want to remind you to don't forget to always pay attention to the lecture and take notes, because at the end of the second session later, we will have a quiz. And now we will have a 10-minute break. Apologize. We will have a break for 30 minutes, so we will back at 10 a.m. Have a nice break.
How long is the break? Sorry, it is 10:30 in Malaysia. How long is the
11
break?
o'clock.
10 minutes?
11 o'clock. Don't tell
11
him.
o'clock.
11 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
30 minutes, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
30 minutes.
Thank you.
Back at 10 a.m. GMT +7.
So sorry, I cannot understand. So another half an hour, we'll start the session again.
Yeah,
is it?
yeah. In Malaysia, it's plus 1 hour. So over there is at 10 o'clock. Over here is 11 o'clock in Malaysia.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lim.
Thank you, Cik Rahman dan moderator. Thank you.
pancur sisa melameringis mo bagai turang alemar di dakalakmo bekel masada duan dando alekat di papo duan dando alekat di papo.
It is now 10 p.m. plus GMT. It is now 10 p.m. GMT plus 7 West Indonesia time already. Now let's move on to the next session. In the next session, we will have a workshop on building information modeling taught by Dr. Ahmad.
But before that, let's introduce our USU moderator for today's second session, Dr. Salbia Mukhtar.
Dr. Salbia is a senior lecturer on University Technology Mara, Perak branch, specializing in land management, work of land development, urban economics, and rural development.
Dr. Salbia holds a PhD in built environment from the International Islamic University Malaysia and Master of Science honors in planning from University Science Malaysia and a BSc in land management from the Montfort University in the United Kingdom.
With extensive research and consultancy experience, Dr. Salbia has led various impactful projects, including the formulation of sustainable development models for rural land and the integration of wakaf and zakat in real estate development. Her work has been recognized through multiple awards, including UITM Excellent Service Award in 2015 and 2022.
Today, Dr. Salbia will be guiding us on a workshop on building information modeling or BIM. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Salbia Mukhtar. Good morning, Dr. Salbia.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum.
You may take over the meeting.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much to both MCs. Very cheerful and very energetic. Yeah, good to see students are very cheerful. Yeah, alhamdulillah. So I hope that students in UITM also can replicate your energetic spirits. That's okay. Assalamualaikum. Good morning and good afternoon to all the guests and all the lecturers, especially to our speaker, Dr. Nur Ahmad. Assalamualaikum, Doctor.
Waalaikumsalam, Dr. Salbia. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
All right. So before we start, I shall share a little bit on your extensive curriculum vitae. Yeah, very good resume. I shall share it with all the students and all the lecturers here. So okay, a little bit on Dr. Nur Akmal. She will be presenting on building information management, and a little bit about her. She graduated in doctorate in Queensland University of Technology, and then she also have a master degree on construction management from University of Technology Malaysia. So Dr. Nur Ahmad Adil Ismail is a prominent senior lecturer at the School of Construction and Quantity Survey, College of Built Environment, University of Technology Mara Shah Alam, because like me, I'm from Perak and she from Shah Alam. And then Dr. Nur also very specialized in building information modeling, sustainable constructions and construction management. And her research interests are focused on improving the efficiency and sustainability of construction practices through advanced technological integration. She is actively involved in the contract, procurement, and management system research interest group, and also contributes to the research nexus UITM under the social, creativity, and innovation cluster. So in addition to her teaching and research, Dr. Nur also involved in several high-impact research grants, including project on BIM-FM, information requirements for healthcare facilities, and integrated BIM cost-benefit analysis for public projects. Yeah, very impressive. Her consultations and expertise also extend to significant industry collaborations, including her role as a resource experts and consultant for the Majlis Bandaraya Shah Alam, the local authority in Shah Alam in Malaysia. So Dr. Nur's dedication to the field has been recognized with multiple awards, including the Anugerah Pendidik harapan is like promising researcher, and also excellent service award, from UITM. So her involvement in professional and academic conference further underscore her commitment to advancing construction management and quantity surveying. So overall, Dr. Nur Akmal Adila Ismail is a highly respected academic and professional in the field of constructions and quantity surveying, known for her contributions to education, research, and industry practices. So for today, for this session, Dr. Nur Akmal will be sharing with all of you students on building information modeling, the BIM. So I hope that all the students will pay attention. I hope you can ask questions later on. You can share your questions on the chat box, or you can ask personally, because this is something, I guess, something new, especially for the town planning students. Because we most of the time we involved in GIS, AutoCAD. So I guess this is something that we consider as value added for the students, so that you can see how BIM can contribute in town planning as well as architecture students. Okay, so I guess that's a little bit about Dr. Nur Akmal, and I can give the session to you, Dr. Nur. So the Zoom is yours. Please be my guest.
Thank you, Dr. Salvia, for the very kind introduction of me. Okay, let me share my presentation slides first. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So may I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay, I hope everyone is ready. Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Akmal, and I'm here to take you through a comprehensive exploration of building information modeling, or BIM. So as professionals in the construction industry, understanding and leveraging BIM is crucial to staying competitive and enhancing project outcomes. Okay, so this presentation will cover everything, almost everything, from the fundamental concepts of BIM, its application across various phases of the project life cycle, the tools and standards that supports its use, and the future trends that will shape its continued evolution. So my name is Nur Akmal Ismail, and I'm from School of Construction and Quantity Surveying, UITM, Shah Alam, Malaysia. Okay, let's see the learning outcomes from this presentation. So by the end of this session, you will have an understanding of the core concepts, principles, and evolution of BIM, differentiating it from traditional construction practices. And hopefully, in the end of this session, you will be able to effectively use BIM tools and also apply industry standards across various projects pieces. And finally, I hope that you can evaluate the benefits, challenges, and also future trends of BIM, including its integration with emerging technologies. Okay, so our journey today will be divided into 5 main parts, which are, the first one is introduction to BIM. The second one is BIM software and tools, BIM in the project life cycle, the benefits and challenges of BIM adoption, and finally, future trends in BIM. So each section is designed to build on the previous one, providing you with a cohesive understanding of how BIM is transforming the construction industry. Okay, for the introduction of BIM, okay, we will explore about the BIM definitions, concepts, and also the principles. And the second one, we will see the evolution and historical development of BIM, and I would like to also explore the differences between BIM and traditional construction practices. Okay, so what is BIM actually? Okay, we begin with the basics. What exactly is BIM? Is it a process, a software, a technology of, or just an information. So at its core, BIM stands for Building Information Modeling. So what is actually the BIM definitions? So let's see the next slides. So this one first. Okay. To put it simply, BIM is not just a technology or software. It is a process that integrates various forms of data, geometrical, spatial, and functional, into a comprehensive digital model. Because in the end of all of this information that we got, we will build a digital model. So this model serves as a shared knowledge resource, enabling all stakeholders to make informed decisions throughout the building's life cycle, from the early design towards the demolition processes. Okay, so there are several definitions of BIM that capture its multifaceted nature. So for the first one, US National BIM Standard define BIM as a business process for generating and leveraging building data to design, construct, and operate a building during its life cycle. Whilst National Institute of Building Sciences, it defined BIM as to generate and using a shared digital representation of a built asset to facilitate design, construction, and operation processes, form a reliable basis for decision. So it is important for the decision making. And the third one from RICS, Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, they define BIM as a digital representation of the physical and functional characteristics of a building, not only as digital blueprints, but a dynamic information modeling process that encompasses data, visuals, and also intelligence, driving every phase of the construction processes. And last but not least, the definition comes from Autodesk, one of the prominent software for BIM, Build Information Modeling. So they define BIM as a holistic process of creating and managing information for a built asset based on an intelligent model and enabled by a cloud platform. So BIM integrates structured multidisciplinary data to produce a digital representation of an asset across its life cycle, from planning and design, then to construction and operation. Okay, so there are lots of definition from previous studies from researchers and also institutions, whatnot. But okay, for me, the most comprehensive definition of building information modeling, or BIM, is from Eastman et al. Okay, it's 2011. So they define BIM as a modeling technology. So BIM is actually a technology. Okay, so this technology is associated with a set of processes. So they have processes which these processes will produce. Okay, will produce, communicate, and analyze building model. So the main thing in building information modeling is to have a building model built out from the processes to produce, communicate, and analyze its information inside the model. So these building models are characterized, so there are characteristics of this building model, which their components are represented with digital representation. Okay, so when we build up this building model, it is attached with these digital representations or digital objects, okay, which have the components, okay, the components, whether it is door, window, all of the elements in the building include data. So all of these building elements attached with them is the data or the components, okay, by digital representation that describe how they behave. Okay, so all of these data are very consistent and they are non-redundant with each other. So making this non-redundant and very consistent traits, so they are called as coordinated data. So these coordinated data, we can view coordinated data such that all views of a model are represented in a coordinated way. Okay, so they have all views inside these building models, which it can be shown, okay, by using this coordinated data. So, simply summarize the definition of BIM is a technology, a modeling technology. So processes, okay, to build up a building model. So this building model will be attached with information, okay, represented with digital objects or digital representations showing how they behave. It is very consistent, non-redundant, working in a very coordinated way. So this is I think this is the most comprehensive definition when you are talking about defining building information modeling. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Okay, I'll show you make you more understand about BIM. So let's watch a short video from YouTube. Okay. Sorry, I skip first.
Rangma, the video has no sound, is it? Rangma, you cannot hear the sound.
Sorry?
You cannot
You
hear the
can't hear
sound.
the voice?
Yeah. Is there no
Okay.
sound or what?
Yes, there is a sound.
Uh.
I think I can hear the sound. I don't know why you cannot hear the sound.
Okay, thanks.
All right. How do I share computer sound? Okay, sorry.
Cuaca panas, perubahan cuaca yang mendadak dan pencemaran
Can
udara
you hear the
mungkin
sound?
menyebabkan sakit tegak. Strepsils
Alright, okay, sorry.
mengandung dua bahan aktif yang boleh membunuh kuman dan memberi kelegaan. Strepsils dapatkan kelegaan sakit tegak.
Imagine having all the information about your building at your fingertips. From construction plans to maintenance schedules and everything in between. Hello everyone and welcome to the incredible world of building information modeling, where imagination meets reality. In today's episode, we will explore the magic behind the most groundbreaking innovation in the field of architecture and engineering since computers were introduced. In just minutes, see firsthand how this impressive software is shaping the landscape and skyline of tomorrow. Discover how BIM revolutionizes project collaboration, saves time and money, increases safety and efficiency, reduces risk of errors, and makes impossible ideas possible. So, without further ado, let's dive in. Building Information Modeling, or BIM, is a digital representation of the physical and functional characteristics of a building or infrastructure. It's a collaborative process that involves architects, engineers, contractors, and other stakeholders working together to create a comprehensive 3D virtual model of a project. But it's not just about creating pretty 3D images. It's an intelligent, data-rich model that encompasses the entire life cycle of a project, from conception and design to construction, operation, and even demolition. The key aspect of BIM is its ability to integrate and manage information from various disciplines, making it easier for all stakeholders to collaborate, make informed decisions, and optimize the project's performance. So why is BIM such a game changer in the construction industry? Let's dive into some of its amazing benefits. Improved collaboration. BIM allows multiple stakeholders to work on a project simultaneously, reducing the chances of miscommunication and errors. It's a single source of truth for all project information, ensuring everyone is on the same page. Better visualization. With BIM, you can create realistic 3D models that help stakeholders visualize the final product. This not only helps clients understand the project better, but also enables designers to identify and resolve potential issues before they become costly problems. Enhanced efficiency. BIM streamlines workflows, automates tedious tasks, and reduces rework, resulting in time and cost savings. By having access to accurate and up-to-date information, stakeholders can make well-informed decisions faster, boosting overall project efficiency. Sustainability. BIM facilitates the analysis of energy performance and the selection of sustainable materials, contributing to greener, more eco-friendly buildings. As building information modeling has evolved over the years, different levels of BIM maturity have been established to describe the extent of its integration in a project. Level 0. This is the most basic level, with no collaboration or 3D modeling involved. It involves using traditional 2D CAD drawings. Level 1. This level involves a combination of 3D CAD and 2D drawings for production information, but there's still limited collaboration between stakeholders. Level 2. This is where BIM really starts to shine. Level 2 involves the use of a 3D model with individual discipline models linked together. The project's data is exchanged and managed using a common data environment, promoting collaboration and coordination. Level 3. Also known as fully integrated BIM. This level represents the ultimate goal for the construction industry. It involves a single shared project model that is accessed and updated in real time by all stakeholders. This fosters seamless collaboration, eliminates information loss, and streamlines the entire project lifecycle. To harness the power of BIM, there are various software tools and platforms available in the market. Some of the most popular ones include Autodesk Revit, a widely used BIM software. Revit allows architects, engineers, and construction professionals to design and document a building in 3D, while simultaneously updating the associated 2D drawings and schedules. ArchiCAD. Another popular BIM software, ArchiCAD is specifically designed for architects, offering powerful design and documentation tools for creating data-rich 3D models. Bentley Systems Open Buildings Designer. This comprehensive BIM application is used for creating, documenting, and visualizing buildings and infrastructures of any size, complexity, and type. Tekla Structures. This powerful BIM software is primarily used for designing and detailing steel and concrete structures. Tekla Structures enables the creation of accurate, constructible 3D models that can be used for fabrication and construction. Navisworks, a project review software developed by Autodesk. It is used for coordination, collaboration, and clash detection. It allows users to open and combine 3D models, navigate around them in real time, and review the model using a set of tools for better understanding and collaboration. Many extraordinary buildings that exist today would not have been possible without building information modeling, which has spurred innovation in building processes leading to cost-efficient structures with incredible designs. To truly appreciate the power of BIM, let's take a look at one of many real-world examples. The construction of the Shanghai Tower in China, the world's second tallest building, was an ambitious project that utilized BIM to overcome numerous challenges. By creating a comprehensive BIM model, the project team was able to optimize the design, coordinate various disciplines, and streamline the construction process. It was instrumental in reducing the building's overall energy consumption by 21%, while achieving significant time and cost savings. The Shanghai Tower stands as a testament to the capabilities of building information modeling in tackling complex, large-scale projects. Last but not the least, it is revolutionizing the way we approach construction projects. By providing a unified, data-rich, and collaborative platform, BIM is paving the way for more efficient, sustainable, and cost-effective buildings. So the next time you look at a stunning skyscraper or an impressive infrastructure project, remember that behind its impressive facade lies the incredible power of BIM, working its magic to make these marvels possible. That's it for today, guys. If you found this video informative, please give it a thumbs up. And don't forget to subscribe for more exciting content. Until next time, stay curious and keep exploring.
Okay, how's the video? Is it okay? Did you get something from the video that you've watched before? Sorry. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Okay, so we have dimensions in BIM. Okay, so BIM is not just limited to 3D modeling, so it expands into various dimensions that add value throughout the project life cycle. So for instance, we have 4D BIMs, incorporates time enabling better scheduling and project management. And we have 5D BIM, includes cost data, allowing for detailed budgeting and cost control. And also we have other BIM dimensions, such as sustainability and facility management, further enhance the utility of BIM by integrating environmental data and also supporting a long-term maintenance and operations. So we have the 3D shape. 3D shape is the most common use of BIM, and so to be called as a building model, building formation model should have at least this 3D BIM model. So it represents the basic structure of a project. And when we move to more enhanced dimension, so it is 4D and 5D. So for 5D, it adds the dimension of time to the 3D BIM modeling. So in a construction project, it is it overlays the scheduling information into the model. And for the 5D, it incorporates estimating and cost data into the model. And other BIM dimensions, which is 60 for the sustainability, often referenced when environmental data is integrated into the model. And also 7D BIM. So this is typically represents operational and facility management and maintenance. Okay, so these are the standards dimension. We have 3D, 4D, 5D, and then we expand in towards a 3D, 6D, 7D, 8D, and other ND models for the new dimensions. Okay, 3D beam for the shape, okay, 4D beam for the time, 5D beam for the cost, 6D sustainability, 7D facility management. It is known that 8D for the health and safety, and 9D for lean construction. Okay. To call a region or a country whether they use they are at, to measure whether they are at level 0, level 1, or level 2 or level 3 of BIM adoption. So one of the measurement model, okay, to measure the usage or adoption of BIM in the country is UK BIM maturity model. This is one model used for this kind of measuring the implementation of BIM. Okay, so for the level 1, okay, BIM maturity levels as illustrated by UK BIM maturity model range from level 1, okay, which represents the historical approach with no explicit models. See, they are only drawings, lines, text, and etc. Only in form of 2D. Okay, for the level what's the level 3? So it involves a fully integrated and collaborative process with a 3D model. So for the level 1, they started using 3D BIM model with some what mixed with 2D drawings. Okay. Understanding these levels is crucial as they reflect the extent to which BIM has been adopted and integrated into project workflows in a construction project. So to measure whether your construction project is at which level, so just use this maturity model whether and measure whether you are using drawing lines or some kind of more advanced 3D onwards models. Okay, so for the level 1, it is more towards historical approach. Okay, there is no explicit models, only views. Okay, simply said, it is only like 2D drawings without any usage of 3D models with any information attached to it. Okay, so there is no 3D models. So if you are at level 0, that means you are not into building information modeling adoption yet, because at least we need to have 3D models for to be called as BIM adopters. Okay, so for the level 1, okay, they started use they still use 2D views to be integrated into 3D models. Some of the software, they requires you to have this 2D view first before extracting the information from the 2D, let's say AutoCAD, so that they can build a model of 3D BIM models. So the model remains purely geometrical. Okay, for the level 2, so 3D BIM model is made and authoring software. For example, Autodesk Revit, ArchiCAD, or Tekla. Okay, so there is information on this kind of more comprehensive BIM models. Okay. All right. So the basic components. Okay. When we are talking about when we are defining BIM, so the basic component is the BIM object. Okay, the BIM object, which is will be represented by the digital representation. Okay, so example of BIM object for a column. So at this level 1, it is a pure geometrical representations with no cost information added or associated. Okay, at level 2, so we have this kind of 3D BIM object. So we extract 2D views, okay, usually boundary representation of the volume, and some physical properties are available. Okay, so towards the end, we have this 3D BIM object taken from a library. Attached to it are the information. Okay, so it is synchronized on the cloud. Okay, so in the end, a BIM model is produced, so it can be seen as a collection of BIM objects. Okay, BIM objects representing the building elements such as roof, okay, walls, doors, windows, okay, and all of these building elements. Okay, collection of BIM objects. They are all connected and synchronized in a same platform, which in a same BIM model. Okay, so let's move to the a brief history of BIM. Okay, so as you can see from this slide, okay, just like shortly brief on this history of BIM. So it is actually started. I think BIM was introduced in 1970s. Okay, but it is more popular in starting 2000. Revit was introduced as one of the best BIM modeling tools in the industry. Okay. So this is one more about the development of BIM. Okay, starting from the building description system, and then moving forward is the GLIDE, graphical language for interactive design, and building product model, BPM, and generic building model. And finally, toward the 2000s, okay, we have the building information modeling. Okay, so based on this CAD timeline, okay, this is like similar with the previous slides. So it started in 1970s, okay, on the CAD usage, okay, and moving forward to 2D, 3D, and finally towards 4D and 5D CAD. Okay, so what are the difference between 2D, 3D, and BIM solutions? Okay, if we have 3D model, so we can simply say it is a BIM model. Why? Okay, let's define the 2D solutions first. Okay, 2D means it is just, for example, electronic drafting board, manual drawing that we have in our construction projects. Okay, without any 3D models. So these are 2D. Okay, how about 3D? 3D solutions. Okay, we have these 3D models. Okay, the 3D models is modeling for visualization purpose only. So we cannot call them as B model. Why? Because there is no information attached to the model. There is purely visualization purpose only. Okay, but when these 3D models are attached with information, only we can call it as BIM models. Okay, so BIM models are defined as 3D models, okay, attached with information, integrated architectural information to it, so that like I mentioned before, okay, we represented it with digital representation, digital objects. So only then we can call it as B models. Okay, without any information attached to the model, okay, it is only 3D models. Okay, we cannot call it as B models. Okay, so it moves forward to the 5D with time information for the model, and 5D if we have cost data okay, in the model. Okay. Okay, so these are the development of BIM. Okay, the emergence, okay, the use of CAD, the starts of BIM usage comes from the use of CAD, but it is lack of collaboration. Then it's growing. Okay, its growth lies on the creating 2D and 3D models with digital objects. Okay, it has partial collaboration, and moving forward, its progression, okay, starts to create 4D and 5D models, programs, integration, has the integration capabilities, okay, with full collaboration with within the disciplines in a project team. And then it expands with the 60 models, okay, with asset lifecycle management information, interoperability with AI, ML, artificial intelligence and machine learning, a single integrated system for a high-end and secure collaboration. So this is how BIM is developed from the basic model 3D model towards the ND expansion of its model. Okay. So how it grows from 3D okay towards 7D, 9D, 8D. So it must be okay supplied with information. So if your model is called as 4D model, it must have information about the time and scheduling of the construction projects. And if it is added with cost information, only then we can call it as 5D model. Okay. Same goes to 60 and 5D. 60 if they have, let's say they have energy efficiencies information, okay, for the sustainability of the model. So only then we can call it as 60. And if it secures information about the maintenance, about the operation and maintenance, facilities management, so we can call our model as 7D model. Okay, so what are the differences between BIM and traditional method? Okay, so as you can see here, so the traditional process is more isolated. Okay, there is in silo operation within the project team. Okay, so we have the architect, we have the civil engineer, we have the structural, mechanical, electrical engineer. So by using only documents and drawings, it is more to like manual drawings, okay, to the representations, okay. So we still have the concept and design, okay, and then with the conceptual and design drawing, only then we can produce the documents and the drawings without any, the 3D models. Okay, only then we can move to the construction and operation stages. But with BIM process, all of those process can be overlapped. Okay, so the most important thing which differentiates between BIM process and the traditional process is it has a platform, which this platform has a main BIM model, that everyone can be referred to. Okay, so they have the same model, working on the same model, working on the same database. Okay, so everyone needs to supply all the informations inside the model so that they can have this kind of an efficient database from the design, documents, and all of this data involved in a construction project. So they have, one-stop center platform. Everyone has an access, everyone shares data, everyone uses the same data, so that the working environment is more efficient and more effective, so that they can move towards the construction and operation. Okay, so this is the most significant difference between the traditional and BIM process. Okay, so in other words, comparisons in terms of cost control methods. Okay, especially if you are a QS. Okay, for traditional methods, traditional practice, we only use 2D CAD system or 2D manual drawings. But for BIM, we have spatial database, which is called as BIM-based system. Okay, for the traditional, we only import CAD files, okay, 2D files only. But in BIM process, we create 3D BIM model. At least we need to have this 3D BIM model to create an BIM environment. Okay, so for the traditional method, quantities, okay, when we need to measure the building quantities, the calculation is based on establish some kind of their own model and export in spreadsheet format. Okay, but in BIM environment, we convert BIM model and attach schedule to model. We can generate schedules, we can generate documents from the model. Okay, so we need to have this actual schedule information for the building quantities. Okay, but however, for the BIM model, we only integrate the BIM cost with actual schedule information. So most probably these are the significant comparisons when we are talking about the cost control methods. Okay, in terms of time, okay, let's see the differences in terms of time consumption distribution between traditional and BIM-based cost control method. Okay, even though we can see here the software training takes more hours, okay, than the traditional cost control method, it is just to have the skill on how to use the. It may take time, but finally we can reduce time in term when we are using BIM model. Okay, so for example, we need more times to traditionally estimate the cost, okay, and also generate the BQ, integrates the schedule, and also obtains time-based cost. However, by using BIM-based method, okay, even though the software training takes more time, but with 3D BIM model, we can establish for the and further establish 5D models, and we can reduce time, okay, in terms of completing the construction projects. That are the difference between BIM and traditional method. Okay, so this is other example, okay, how it shows the flow of traditional design process and BIM-based design process. Okay, so traditional design process is, I can say, it is like sequential methods. We need to complete with architecture design first before we move to structure design and MEP design into redesign, and we need to have checkings on all of those designs until we reach at the construction stage. However, we can have overlappings, okay, between the all of these processes for BIM-based design processes. Everyone can contribute, giving information about their parts, okay, because they are using the same model, okay, as BIM model. Okay, so it can show here, we can have the time is reduced, okay, by using BIM-based design process. All right, traditional CAD versus BIM. Even though CAD is one of the software, but it does not contribute to any of the BIM elements because it only focuses on the documents. Okay. However, BIM is more focused because we need to strengthen the BIM model first. So it should be focusing on the design to be the initial focus. Okay. So we have the high risk of data loss if using traditional method, and it also unresponsive to change, and it is not easily accessible because it is more isolated. There is no access. Everyone is keeping their own information only for their own usage. But for BIM model, data accessible is everywhere because everyone is using the same database, the same model. So it is more highly responsive to change. And so BIM allows more flexibility. Changes are easy to make. It is more quickly communicated within the disciplines, within the stakeholders. Okay, so why BIM instead of traditional way of construction? Of course, it is cost and resource savings, greater efficiency and shorter project life cycles. It improves communications and coordination, more opportunities for prefabrication and modular construction because it can also be integrated with industrialized building system for the modular construction, and it produce higher quality results. Okay. So time for coordination and manual checking are minimized because everyone is giving their cooperation, working in one BIM model as one stop center, okay, allowing managers to complete tasks within the stipulated time. Okay, every user can also access and generate schedules, diagram based on the database that they have in their own BIM model. Okay, they can handle work in terms of performance by larger teams, leading to reduced miscommunication because they are always communicating using one BIM model. Okay, if they have lack of information in here, they can get they can ask, okay, to supply information for other teams. Okay, and then they can also produce greater document quality, with more effective planning time and money, especially on cost savings. Okay. All in all, BIM allow users to thoroughly explore and review with a significant degree of flexibility at any given time of the design process. Okay, let's move to the next main topic. Okay. Now that we have covered the foundational concepts of BIM, let's move on to the tools that make BIM possible. So to make sure that BIM is operated, so we need to have these kind of tools or software to make BIM possible. So this the software ecosystem around BIM is vast, okay, with different tools catering to various needs within the project. So we are going to overview the BIM software that are available nowadays. Okay, the features and functionalities of the BIM tools, they are actually similar with the different interfaces, and also to explore the BIM standards and protocol to conduct BIM environment. Okay, so these tools are designed to support everything from architectural design to structural analysis, MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, engineering, and even facility management. Okay, so these we have several software and tools. Okay, it depends. Okay, it depends whether you are an architect. Okay, maybe you need to just visualize things. Okay, if you are an engineer, maybe you need a software that can help you with the structural elements in the building. If you are digging with the performance analysis of the building, maybe you need some software that leads towards the sustainability elements. Okay, and so on. So from the data capture, from the conceptual modeling, okay, from the clash detected, visualization, VR collaboration, we have lots of software or tools for building information modeling. Okay. Okay, so these are actually from sources across the web. Okay. That I came across. So I think the most significant or the most popular BIM software is Autodesk Revit. So they are like variants of Revit software. Okay, Navisworks is actually linked with the Autodesk. So we have ArchiCAD, we have BIM 360, we have the Navisworks usually used by the engineer. Okay, we have Revisto. Okay, we have BIMX. Okay, so if you are asking which kind of software that I'm going to use to make my BIM model, so it depends whether you need your BIM model to just visualize your building elements. So Autodesk Revit maybe just nice, okay, for your usage. If you need information about the structural elements, maybe you need to have Navisworks Tekla structures. Or if you are a quantity surveyor and you need to have measure or you need to have taking off the quantities from the model, maybe you need more software like CosX, which your model can attach with cost information. So it depends. Okay, most likely all of these software, they have the same interface. Once you are familiar with using Revit, inshallah you can use other software as well. Okay, because why? They are still with the elements of using digital representation, digital objects, the same processes to produce a building model. Okay, so these are the list of BIM software. Okay, so these are the list of BIM software. Includes like Autodesk Revit. Okay, which is known as its robust capabilities in architectural and structural design. For example, Revit allows users to create parametric models that integrate both geometric and non-geometric data. Okay, so these are the list of softwares and also their providers. So for the architectural field, so we have Autodesk Revit Architecture, we have ArchiCAD, okay, Bentley Architecture. If you are the person or an engineer dealing with the structural elements, maybe you need Autodesk Revit Structure, okay, Bentley Structure Modeler, okay, CyberCAD, or Autodesk Robot Structural Analysis. Okay, for the MEP, okay, maybe you need to have this Autodesk Revit MEP. So actually Autodesk Revit comes with MEP architecture structure. Okay, just choose what kind of information that you need to have in your building model. Okay, for the construction, simulation, estimating, and construction analysis, we have VICO, we have Synchro Professional. So this is what I extracted from this kind of website. Okay, if you have facility management, these are the kind of software that you should consider when you are building your BIM model. Okay, so the same thing. This is actually showing which software are appropriate if you are dealing with the detailed design. Okay, Navisworks when you are dealing with the construction. Okay, or for operation and maintenance, you may need to have this kind of Ecodomus and ArchiFM. Okay, to provide operation and maintenance information for your building model. Okay, so let's just briefly review about this kind of BIM model. So the first one we have Autodesk Revit. This is actually the interface of Autodesk Revit. Okay, so it is meant mostly for architects. Okay, engineer if you are using Autodesk structural or MEP. Okay, so this is actually the interface of Autodesk Revit. So we have the elements, the model browser, the properties here. So where are the information for the model? It is from the properties. Okay, at your right side. Okay, so these properties will attach all of the information about the building. Okay, so this is the interface about the ArchiCAD. Okay, it looks similar. Okay, the same interface because we are representing our components or building objects with digital ones. Okay, this is a SketchUp. Okay, popular in design and construction. And also we have Rhino. Okay, it makes more complex geometries and organic shapes. Okay, for the rendering and analysis features. Okay, and then we have Vectorworks. Okay, so actually I got this from a website that shows 10 best building BIM tools and workflows. Okay, and we have this AutoCAD. Okay, and then we have Planoly. So it allows team to work in real time on projects. Okay, it is more appropriate for reporting and collaboration. And then we have Trimble Connect. Okay, and then we have Revisto. Okay, to review, managing, and sharing BIM models. And then we have BIM Collab. Okay, so these are the 10 software tools that are significant in the construction industry. Okay. Okay, what about BIM standards and protocols? Okay, each of those software brings unique features. Okay, for the construction projects. Okay, especially what you can see previously is Revit, which it demonstrates the ability to handle proper metric modeling. Okay, for detailed architectural and structural designs. Okay, so adhering to BIM standards and protocol is critical. Why? To ensure that the consistency and quality in BIM implementation is there. Okay, so we need these standards to provide guidelines, okay, on how to manage information throughout the life cycle by using this BIM model. Okay, so with these BIM standards, it provides common language, and a set of practices that everyone or every user can understand. So that's why we need this BIM standard. So it refers to the guidelines. So it is actually guidelines, protocols, okay, the procedures. Okay, it provides procedures on how to use BIM and also the best practices to ensure that BIM models are created and used consistently and effectively. Okay, different organizations develop different BIM standards. It depends. Okay, it depends, and they are not necessarily mandated by the governments. Okay, so it can be widely adopted. Okay, used as a benchmark for a more quality and to establish the most or the best practices in the construction industry. Okay, so it helps stakeholders position their construction projects more effectively. For example, we have this kind of BIM standard ISO 19650. Okay, it's an international standard that regulates the management of information on the entire life cycle of a built asset using BIM. Okay, different regions have different BIM standards and protocols. Okay, depending on their nature of the construction projects and also their culture. Okay, BIM standards and why are they important? So it actually eases the integration of the models for team members. When they have all of those procedures, okay, with BIM standards and guidelines, it can facilitate team members, okay, to coordinate or collaborate on the same data from the same database. Okay, it also provides guideline, okay, to create and using BIM model. As for that, it ensures that organization uses BIM consistently and more effectively. So somehow, some of organizations, they are not using only one software, but they may use several softwares, okay, for their own usage. So with these BIM standards, okay, they should integrate, okay, the tools to be easier used with BIM standards to ensure that BIM models are created and used consistently. Okay, so as previously mentioned, it differs. Okay, those BIM standards and protocols are differed by country and region. Okay, so every company needs to know their specific standards that applies to their projects. Okay, so these are the example of the protocols or the procedures of using Revit Autodesk, for example. Okay, they have the policy, standard procedures, and also the guidelines. Okay. With these procedures for the Revit program, all of the users in the same company will use the same standard, the procedures. So in the end, they'll come up with the same idea, same decision making for their construction projects. Okay, so these are the open standards for BIM. Okay, so it is actually data exchange standards. Okay, and also we have this, for example, US BIM standards and guidelines. Okay, they align it with international standards and also its US national standards. What are the project requirements? Do they need other requirements to be with the BIM contracts and so on? And also, aligned with the standards, we also need to have this document. So it is actually, we call this document as BEP, BIM Execution Plan. So it is actually a document that produced to list down all of those things that involve when you are using BIM model. So BEP is actually a document on how to use the tool to provide a standardized workflow. Okay, so the first thing first, we need to define our goals. Okay, how would we deliver our own strategies in completing a construction project? Okay, how about our planning? How about the standards that we are going to use? What are the standard methods or procedures that we are going to conduct within our construction team? Okay, who are responsible? What kind of tasks in the construction projects? We have a milestone, okay, to reach in the end of our project. Okay, for our deliverables. Okay, how should we control? Okay, we need to have this kind of other resources. What are the capabilities in terms of skills, knowledge, experts that we have in our construction team, and what are the project processes involved? Okay, so it should move forward from the initiation, planning, execution, control, and last but not least, until the completion of a project. Okay, so let's move to the next main topic. Okay, I think we have reached half of the slides presentation. I hope that I can finish within the time frame. Okay, so the next one is BIM in project life cycle. Okay, so BIM's impact is most profound when viewed through the lens of a project life cycle. Okay, from the initial design stage through construction and into the operation, BIM provides a framework. Okay, it's actually a framework, procedures, okay, that enhances collaboration within the teams, okay, reduce risk, and improves overall project outcomes. Okay, so let's explore how BIM is utilized at each stage of the project life cycle. So we are going to explore on the BIM usage in the design, construction, and operational phases. Okay, along the way, we are going to learn about what is actually level of development, or some of the terms is interchangeably used. Okay, between LOD, level of development or level of details in BIM, and various fields in the construction industry in using BIM. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Okay, so these are actually the BIM applications across construction projects life cycle. So all in all, BIM is applied at every stage. Is possibly applied at every stage of the construction project. Okay, starting with the conceptual design. We may need, for example, Revit software to visualize the conceptual design. Okay, and then until we get the detailed design. Okay, along the way we will do analysis, generate documents, fabrication, construction 4D, construction logistics. Okay, and also the operation and maintenance. Okay, along with it is somehow we need to have the demolition and renovation works. We also can use BIM applications. Okay, let's move by phases by phases. Okay, for the phase of pre-construction, okay, it can be divided into sub-stages. Okay, okay, during the pre-construction and design phase, BIM is used for existing construction modeling, existing conditions modeling, which enhance accuracy of existing conditions documentation. Okay, it also plays a crucial role in planning, which it helps identifying schedule, sequencing of facing issues, and also in the design phase. Okay, BIM facilitates faster decision making and more effective clash detection, which are vital for preventing costly errors down the line. So clash detection is one of the capabilities of BIM, which to reduce errors in the construction projects. Okay. Other than that, we have scheduling, estimating, and also site analysis, which enables project managers and contractors to see construction work sequence, enables for estimates, it enables generation of take-offs, okay, for the measurements, okay, directly from 3D model, okay, rather than using 2D manual drawings, okay. So it also decreases cost of utility demand and demolition for the site analysis. Okay, for the construction phase, okay, in the construction phase, BIM enables better tracking of progress and resources. Okay, especially at the construction sites. Okay, it actually manage the sites more effectively. Okay, it provides better tracking of cost control and also the cash flow. Okay, so enables tracking of work in real time, faster flow of resources, and better site management. It is more towards the site management. Okay, for the post-construction, so with regards to the operation and facilities management, so after construction is completed, okay, BIM continues to provide values. Okay, when we have this kind of information about the operation and facilities management, it keeps track of built assets. Anyhow, it manages facilities proactively. Okay, so this digital model serves as a repository, as a database of information that can be used for facilities management later on, which it enables proactive maintenance. When we need to maintain the building, so we need this kind of information, which in model, it is available in BIM model. Okay, so this long-term benefit of BIM ensures the building performance remains optimal at its life cycle. All right, so just overview on the product name. I mean the software BIM tools that can be used at every stage of the construction project. So for planning and design, we usually use Revit, okay, ArchiCAD or Plan Engineering. Okay, for the operations, maybe we need to have this kind of software or plan facility management, okay, MicroStation and so on. Okay, we also have Vectorworks, which is its domain is more suitable for landscape design. Okay, edifices at architectural design. And BIM Vision, maybe we need to, its domain is more towards architectural model viewer. Okay, so this actually demonstrate on how information flow throughout a construction project life cycle. Okay, we have the first one on the planning stage. The creation of initial requirements on how to use BIM model. Okay, addition of technical requirements for the design. For the construction, we need to have these specific requirements, especially dealing with the construction contract. So that previously we need to have this BEP. Okay, and information exported in CMMS is actually a software, but not a BIM software, that link with this operation and maintenance system, operation and maintenance stages of a construction project. Okay, so this shows on how information, so basically when BIM is being an added value to this information flow, so it can make the operation more effective. Okay. So what are the effects of BIM on project life cycle process? Okay, so with this is actually from Sakar 2008, okay, which describes, okay, on how BIM could affect the project life cycle phases as compared to traditional operation. Okay, so as for this one, so it divides BIM stage into three, which we can overlap all of the stages with each other without waiting for the first process to complete. Only then we need to follow with the next process. So it basically can reduce time for the for every stage of the design, construction, or operations. Okay, so design phase is more towards the conceptualization. Okay, the planning. For the construction phase, is more on how to you decide on the construction, procurement, commissioning, and the operation phase is more towards the occupancy and operations, on how you manage your asset and facility maintenance. All right. Okay, so along the way, you can see the BIM capabilities for project management for each stage. Okay, as described by Wang Qi and Chen, 2023, with the paper titled Integration of BIM and Project Management in Construction Project Life Cycle. Okay, so the project life cycle can be divided into several stages: stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5, and stage 6 for the handover. Okay, we can start beam process from the beginning, okay, in which we need to have this kind of collaboration and communication within the project teams based on visualization. Okay, we are showing the clients the 3D models, okay, on how to visualize, on how the building is built, okay, and then in the first place we need to do the site analysis, make sure that the construction project is doable. Okay, so at this phase planning, we need to have this site investigation, and BIM comes to assist with this kind of analysis. Okay, starting from the design stage and moving forward, so we need to have this cost estimation, okay, 3D modeling to help to facilitate with on how we are going to take off the quantities from the model, okay, from the construction projects. Okay, we need to have this design review, and along the way to have this coordination between the information. This is how BIM is capable to function with its clash detection. Okay, let's say we have this kind of structural between the beam and column. Okay, so it can detect any clashes between those elements. Okay, so it actually detects any failures, okay, any clashes between the elements earlier, that if you are visualizing through the 3D models rather than having only manual drawings. Okay, and then moving forward to the construction, digital fabrication, and generates the information for the record model. Okay, and next, the level of development. Okay, along the way, when you are learning about building formation modeling technology, you will find the terms of level of development. Okay, so it also known as level of detail. Okay, so what is actually level of development? It can be divided into 100, 200, 300, 340, 50, 400, and 500. So this level of development in BIM is a critical concept, okay, that defines the details and reliability of information. So it actually denotes, okay, it actually denotes what kind of information, what kind of details that the building model has. Okay, at every different stages of the project life cycle. Okay, so this LOD, okay, the short form is LOD, ranges from 100, okay, representing the basic conceptual geometry. And then when we have more details with approximate geometry, we can call it as LOD 200. And then more details added, we can call it as LOD 300 with more precise geometry. And then with connections, okay, more precise geometry with the connections, we can call our model having LOD 350. And if you are the construction, if we have construction ready geometry and towards the detail of the detail information of the building, so we can call it as LOD 400. And then finally, if we have all of the essential information, complete information, only then we can call our building to have LOD 500, okay, as built. All right, so this is how they demonstrates, okay, the ranges of LODs in BIM model. Okay, for example, 100, the model element may be graphically represented. Okay, if approximate geometry, they have approximate quantity, size. Okay, as we can see here. Okay, it's about the details. Okay, the progress of the details that we should have in our BIM model until it is completed to be called as BIM model. Okay. So we have precise geometry with more information added. So it is not as towards the end how much information added into the model. Okay, finally, the model element is verified. So it can be called as accurate model in terms of size, shape. So it is as built LOD 500. Okay, so we define LOD as industry standard, describing the stages of development for various BIM systems. So it is actually, we can call it as a framework or guidelines. Okay, the function is to measure the details. Okay, the details of the information related to BIM elements at different stages of project's life cycle. So it actually indicates information's amount, how much information added to the model, okay, to become more accurate and available as built. Okay, so ranges from 100 as basic to 500 as detail. Okay, at specific stages in a project. Okay, so this is another, views on how you should understand more about this BIM level of development. Pre-design, okay, schematic design, design development, construction documentation, construction stage, and after a complete building is produced. Okay, so this is another LOD, okay, showing the structure. Okay, how preliminarily the layout is at rough size only in terms of its geometry, and moving forward with more information added, it will become a definitive layout, which more dimensions with some information about the materials. Okay, and the third one, more details is are added. Okay, with maybe with material specifications. Okay, detail shape. Okay, and then more moving towards the definitive layout with detailed information about the specification, enforcement. It is more detailed. And last but not least, the complete one, when we have this LOD 500 with all those records attached to this kind of element. Okay, so this is other examples on how you should visualize what is actually LOD. Okay, LOD can be level of development, okay, development of details, level of details, or level of information supplied to the BIM model. Okay, so let me show you the video on how BIM LOD is explained.
Hello everyone, today we'll be covering BIM LODs and how they are used to define the level of detail in a BIM project at different stages. BIM LODs are used to specify the maturity and reliability of the digital model. The LOD framework provides a common language and understanding for stakeholders to communicate and manage the BIM information effectively. It helps ensure consistency, clarity, and interoperability among different parties involved in the project. There are 6 LOD levels, each representing a different degree of detail and development. LOD 100 is the pre-design stage of the model. It is a conceptual model where the parameters such as height, area, volume, orientation, and location are defined. The information at this stage is considered an approximation. It may consist of some preliminary 2D CAD files or even simply hand sketches. LOD 200 is the phase that will transition the conceptual model into a model ready for the creation of construction documents. At the conclusion of this 200 level, a model will contain the approximate quantity, size, location, and systematic relationships of most objects that will eventually be installed. Although specific object information may not yet be available, at a minimum, space claims for each object or system should be accounted for. LOD 300 is the building design development stage of BIM. This is the stage where design coordination happens. Contractors will begin coordinating their systems to ensure that each one has the space needed to function within the building. LOD 350 is the construction documentation stage. In this stage, the interfaces with other building components like connections and supports are also included. LOD 400 is the construction stage. It includes details such as fabrication, assembly, and installation of the components. These details are used by the suppliers for the manufacturing of the components. LOD 500 is the as-built stage. These are considered to be accurate representations of the building elements post-construction and will include any design changes that may have occurred during the building process. These elements can be used as references for operation and maintenance by the facility managers. At LOD 500, the model will contain all building elements. They will be geometrically accurate while not showing excessive fabrication level detailing. For example, ductwork will be sized correctly as installed, but may not have flanges modeled. Objects will contain their actual recorded costs, purchase documentation, commissioning data, and maintenance requirements, as well as any other data relevant to the life cycle management of the building. By using BIM LODs, project teams can effectively communicate the level of development expected at different project stages. This helps in setting clear expectations, managing project deliverables, and minimizing misunderstandings among stakeholders. It also enables efficient collaboration and coordination as each team member understands the level of detail and accuracy they need to provide and expect from others. If you found this video useful,
Okay, let's move to the next slide. Okay, various fields to use BIM. So we have the stages, several stages for the project life cycle, starting the planning, design planning, construction, operation, and maintenance. There are lots of fields that potentially to use BIM. Okay, so the application of BIM in various industries comes from the conceptual design, programming, for example, renovation, demolition, operation and maintenance, analysis, documentation, all of those fields in the construction industry. Okay, the potential fields that currently use BIM, for example, facility management. Okay, we have BIM FM to use for its operation and maintenance, repair and renovation. Okay, so they supply information. They got information from BIM model to make their operation and maintenance more effectively. Okay, and also we have BIM for safety and health. Okay, when we simulate for the model, we have the construction details, the constructability, on-site space planning, construction route simulation, virtual communication. So BIM technology can be used for on-site safety and management to actually eliminate or reduce risk at the construction sites. Okay, and then with this BIM-based fault hazard, it potentially identifies and prevents any incidents, accidents in construction sites. Okay, and also we have landscape designers to implement BIM. So with this visualization from the 3D BIM model, so it also can visualize on how landscape is established in a landscape design. Okay, and also BIM in civil engineering. Okay, we have BIM to be used for the roads construction, bridges and more with the structural design, structural analysis, all kind of information used by using this BIM model. And also to integrate BIM with GIS for urban planning, okay, BIM capabilities towards quantity surveying, cost control, and also the role of BIM in sustainable building design. Okay, so we move to the benefits and challenges of BIM adoption. The first one, what are actually the benefits of using BIM? So it encompasses between people, process, and technology. Challenges towards BIM implementation, and a bit on the strategies overcoming BIM adoption barriers in the construction industry. Okay, before moving to exploring the benefits and challenges of BIM, so we need to understand these 4 pillars of BIM. Okay, so the components of BIM actually derives from the process. Okay, in terms of the standards, procedures, integrated project delivery, the information management, and also the people who have this BIM established in the construction project. We need to have this collaboration, the skills, the expertise, and responsibilities of each team And also the policy in terms of the standards, okay, protocols, the project guidelines, the procurement, the legal and contractual matters, and also the technologies, how we would like to use for the simulation, integration, and so on. Okay, so benefits of BIM in construction, it can be in terms of project visualization, okay, and also to increase the productivity, improve execution, improve model-based cost estimation for the QS, especially improve scheduling and sequencing, and to have more accurate collection of quantities, especially improve coordination and clash detection. So from the authors, okay, from the previous studies, okay, it can be concluded that BIM benefits can vary in terms of saving cost and time, reducing human resource, because we are more dealing with the technologies, so we can somehow reduce human resource use, and also in terms of improving the quality and performance, okay, by this trait, BIM model traits, we also can have this clash detection. Okay. Furthermore, we can improve accuracy. Okay. When we have this kind of 3D models to visualize on how the building elements attach with information, it directly can improve accuracy to make our estimates, maybe, okay, our estimation, our measurement more accurate. Okay. So it maybe automatically increase the profitability because we have reduced the time by using this model BIM technology. And with this one-stop center of database and using the same model, so it could enhance the collaboration and communication within the team. And then with the BIM model, we also will have the better generation of documentation. So improves in the first place planning and design. Okay, with the 3D BIM model, rather than using only manual drawing, it can provide better visualization and also improve information with all the information attached with the BIM model. Okay, these are also the benefits of BIM. Okay, the owners, okay, to the contractors and all of those construction teams. Okay, so benefits for various stakeholders. For example, for the architects, with BIM tools, we can have conceptual design established more appropriately. Okay, they can collaborate with contractors from the beginning. Okay, for the owners and facilities management, it will reduce. It will establish more reliable and accurate cost estimates, optimizing facilities management and maintenance for the contractors because they are involved in the beginning of the producing the BIM model. So the construction analysis and planning can be done more effectively. The offsite fabrication in terms of verification and guidance and tracking of construction activities. And for subcontractors, so it reduces production cycle times potentially. Okay, quality in terms of quality control, supply chain management, and life cycle maintenance. Okay, so these slides shows benefits. For example, for the owners, okay, improve quality of the building, reduce delays. Okay, use BIM model used for the whole life cycle. For the architects and engineer, easier collaboration with all parties. Okay, avoid errors. Okay, because they have communication between architects and engineers. So it increases the visualization possibilities for the customers. For contractors and subcontractors, to prevent conflicts, especially to prevent conflicts before construction. And prefabrication or off-site manufacturing will be more effectively done. Okay, so globally, the benefits that we can have from this BIM implementation is to improve collaboration between all of those parties. Okay, how about the challenges of implementation? It can be in terms of design specific, industry related, BIM specific, cost, project related, or team orientated. Okay, in terms of technology, okay, these are the common limitations of BIM: lack of BIM software, lack of information sharing, because sometimes even they have their own BIM software, but they are reluctant to share with other teams in the project. Okay, the cost, high cost software, especially for developing countries. Okay, high training cost. Management, maybe the client that we need to serve like demands in terms of BIM usage. Okay, personnel, staff resistance to change. It's about all mentality of the people, and the legal, lack of contractual arrangements. Okay, in terms of risk, legal uncertainties, obstacle, maybe no uniform guidelines, missing standards, investment in software, because they are expensive. Okay, but the opportunities are there. Okay, if we have planning, scheduling, we can have more reliable cost, more accurate cost, more accurate estimates with BIM models. Okay, so these are the challenges, okay, by AEC, a survey by AEC on all the stakeholders in the construction industry. They have non-BIM stakeholders not participating in BIM, okay, in terms of collaboration, okay, and so on. Okay, no client demands, okay, BIM is not always relevant, especially for small projects, because they are not really worth it to have BIM with the expensive software and hardware. Okay, in the end, you get less profit. Okay, lack of in-house expertise. Okay, and then maybe somehow people are more comfortable with traditional processes. Lack of skills, okay, no BIM guidelines, the cost is expensive. Okay, all is about cost. Okay, but what are the strategies to overcome BIM challenges if you are seriously want to implement BIM? So we need to cater the challenges of lack of demand for BIM. Maybe we need to have BIM usage compulsory for every construction project that we are doing. Okay, and starting from the planning, operation, building, designing. So we need to actually plan, okay, at the very beginning of our construction project to identify the needs of clients, okay, the objectives, the goals, so that we can manage the next processes in the operation and building construction. Okay, so the 4 steps to successfully BIM implementation: understanding the incentives, setting goals and vision, having an action plan, present and progress, measurement. Not all BIM projects are successful in the end. There are also some weaknesses and also challenges along the way. Okay, so what we can do, how do we strategize for BIM implementation? Monitoring is a must. Okay, assessment, okay, what are the lessons learned, okay, based on the past BIM projects, okay, formulating strategy and processes, okay, pro and cons, based on the BIM, based on pilot projects, and also to have the trainings, education for the staff. Okay, what are the future trends in BIM? Okay, so the future trends in BIM. We have BIM and artificial intelligence integration, BIM for smart cities and infrastructures, and role of BIM in digital twins, and the future of the construction. Okay. From evolution to advancements, the construction industry's game changer. It's all about BIM, game changer. Okay. The 5 BIM trends based on United BIM driving the AEC industry is 3D printing. Okay. Drone usage, cloud collaboration, Internet of Things, and also augmented and virtual reality. All right, so 3D printings, which helps professional to create accurate elements. Drone usage for recording and reporting progress of construction project. Internet of Things to simplify process of data. cloud collaboration. When we use cloud collaboration, the BIM data can be accessed by anyone, everywhere. And also augmented virtual reality in examining large-scale 3D models becomes faster, better, and easier. Okay, so AI and BIM integration is in terms of design, incentives, risk management, standards, and so on. Okay, adapt BIM workflows for AI-driven automation, enhance design. Okay, and the role of BIM in smart cities development, which it plays a crucial role for smart cities by enabling data-driven decision making. So for example, we have traffic management, smart environment, intelligent shopping, smart health, smart parking, everything is smart. Okay, for the smart cities. So BIM helps in the efficient planning, design, construction, and operation. Okay, and then we have also the digital twins, which it is actually expanded from BIM. BIM is only parts of the digital twin. Okay, so what differentiates between BIM and digital twin is actually BIM is only design model, speed model, but with digital twin, we extracted BIM information, okay, to make more analytics information and knowledge based on machine learning, predictive maintenance, and what if analysis. Okay, so digitalization is the key to the construction industry's future success. Okay, in conclusion, building formation modeling is revolutionizing the construction industry by providing a comprehensive framework. So it has provided a solid foundation in understanding its definition, concept, and development, and highlighting the differences between BIM and traditional practices. Okay, by exploring the various BIM software tools, okay, the standards, the guidelines, has established how BIM is integrated across the project lifecycle. Additionally, it has examined the significant benefits of BIM alongside the challenges and explores future trends that will continue to shape the construction industry. So that's all for now. Thank you so much. You can contact me at my email, rakma@uitm.edu.my. So through this link, you also can join future UITM book course, which I provide cost for Revit. Okay, outsiders can also be joined. Okay, before we end, okay, let us test your knowledge, about based on the presentation about BIM. Okay, so for the quiz time, you can scan this code. So it has like 20 short questions. You can do it within 10 minutes. Okay, so every participant can take part in this quiz. Okay, so I allow you 10 minutes to actually finish the quiz. Okay, so we'll see you again after 10 minutes.
Okay, you have finished your sharing session. So right now,
yes, Doctor,
you are giving the time off for them to answer your question, right?
Yes.
But I'm not sure about because the time is already 12:44 in Malaysia. We should have Q&A session right now before we.
Okay.
So I guess should we proceed with the Q&A meanwhile they answering your question?
Yes, we can proceed.
Okay.
Right. The quiz is available until 5.
All right.
Yeah.
So they can answer until 5 o'clock, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much to Surveyor Dr. Nur Akmal Adila for a very informative and very comprehensive sharing on BIM. Okay, so we have about 20 to 30 minutes for Q&A session. So if anybody, any students would like to ask, you can ask question. Please state your name and your university, and then you can ask your question. Please, any students, yeah.
Okay, if you have any questions to ask, okay.
Especially relating to your assignment, yeah, perhaps planning students, if you have any curiosity about this, because this is something new for you. And architect students from USU also, you can ask questions because this is very, I guess, very comprehensive sharing from Dr. No, yeah. So perhaps you can try to ask her any question that relating to your assignment, heritage building, heritage city. Anyone? If perhaps you still finding question, can I ask one question from me, Dr. Nakuma, because this
Yeah,
is
sure, Dr. Salbia.
this is like my curiosity as a town planning lecturer.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
I hope that I also can share this question with my students, yeah, because I
Alright.
wanted to know, because from BIM, I guess this like we can there are several phases, yeah. So how
Yes.
can BIM actually benefits urban planning in context like before or after the constructions, because from our point of view, because we town planning, we do not exactly involved with the building itself, but I know that BIM is actually very beneficial as a knowledge for us. Yeah. So perhaps you can give some insights, yeah, how BIM can benefit us as well.
Okay. For urban planning field, okay. If I may answer your question, Dr. Salbia. Okay. The concept of building information modeling is actually to accelerate the process of the construction, okay, to ease the construction or any processes in the construction itself. So when you are talking about urban planning, I believe that it is about on how you plan the cities. Okay, for example, we are moving towards smart cities. Okay, I think to supply I mean to have this kind of added value skills of using BIM, actually you manage to upgrade yourself as an urban planner, okay, to actually contribute by using, because BIM is actually a technology, okay, by using tools, software. If you have that kind of added value skills and knowledge about BIM, it actually can accelerate the whatever processes or whatever knowledge that you have now. So the field is I mean the field is there, but you only upgrade some values inside the field so that you can offer more, okay, what you can give, especially moving towards smart cities development. Okay.
Yes, okay.
So that's that kinds of, I mean, contribution, the significant contribution when you have this kind of BIM knowledge.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Because
Thank
I guess
you so much, Doctor.
BIM also can assist the local authority in managing the cities, right?
Yes, definitely.
City will be more resilient. Yeah. So we have
Yes.
one question from Zulaika here. I think it's very good questions. Her question is, which features of your chosen BIM software are most beneficial for accurately representing cultural elements in heritage sites?
Oh, okay. So, if you manage to explore more about BIM, there is specific element, what we call as HBIM. There is a special parts of BIM that is specially made for HBIM, Heritage Building Information Management, which includes all the cloud points to rebuild the heritage heritage buildings. Okay, so if you can explore more about HBIM, it's all about heritage building information modeling. So you can actually reach about more information about BIM. There is specific specific software for HBIM.
All right. So that HB will assist in preservation and
Yes,
conservation
conservation of heritage buildings.
Yeah, because it is quite
Yep.
different because heritage building is existing building, right?
Yes, definitely. Yes, sure.
All right. Is there any more question?
Yeah, may I ask Dr. Sao?
Yes, please, Dr. Lim.
Okay, Dr. Lim, hi.
Yeah, Dr. Ahmad, hi.
Hi.
Thank you for the very extensive, informative sharing.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. About the H-beam, is that
Mhm.
can we access that? I mean, is that open access or have to pay?
I'm not really familiar with HBeam software, so because I have specific software Revit Beam software that I've used, which is Revit. But actually, if you it depends on what intention you want to explore about Beam for heritage building. If you only to visualize the site or the you need to have a walkthrough to the heritage buildings, maybe we need to align it with drone usage. Okay, so to make some points from the for the heritage buildings, so that we can generate a special model for the heritage buildings. So so from that we can explore more about the heritage buildings. So it depends on what kind of intention you need to explore from the heritage buildings. So it
For
will
example,
be on different softwares.
for example, they are going to collect the data on this coming Monday. So
Okay.
is there a possibility
Okay,
when they
okay,
go
okay.
to the site, can they utilize, I mean the students, can they utilize some kind of software or any application that they can apply for their assignment? Yeah. What do you think?
Okay.
Any advice? Thanks.
If you only to use because Revit is free for the
Oh.
students. They just need to register and I mean attach with their ID from the
Oh.
university, so they can use BIM for 1 year 1 year usage, 1 year time. Okay, so maybe if you want to explore about one of the BIM software, I think Revit is one of the most appropriate one because it's free. Yes. US and educator also can register as an educator or a teacher.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is great.
If you have any questions about Revit, maybe you can ask me after this, Dr. Lim.
Sure. Thank you so much for the sharing.
Thank you for your questions.
Okay, Dr. Lim, thank you. Is there any more question from the students or from other lecturers as well? From USU, students from University of Sumatra? Do you have any question, or because you're already familiar with BIM? From UiTM, any more questions? You can ask any question. Dr. Akmal have abundant of knowledge on. You can ask.
Alhamdulillah, inshallah.
Inshallah. It is like a good opportunity for you to explore as well. Okay, students, there's no more questions. Ke nak tengok quiz? Because the quiz is Dr. Akmal nak reveal jawapan, nak reveal the answer for quiz.
Okay, let me see how many students answered the quiz, right?
Because we still have time and they do not have any questions, so might as well just share with us the answer for the quiz.
Okay. Okay, let me share.
How many already answer? Students?
I think quite number of students answered. Let me share the screen. Okay. Okay. Can you see the screen?
Not yet. Have you stopped?
Sorry. See the screen.
Okay, started sharing. Yeah, okay.
Right, okay. So basically the reports, okay, from the quiz. So the highest mark is from Nufara Izzati from UiTM. So you got 85 out of 100.
Alright. Any gift, Dr. Lim? Dr. Lim ada gift tak untuk?
Ada Dr. Lim.
Ada gift nanti kita sediakan. Tanya.
Certificates ya.
Okay, thank you so much. So I will give this report to the committee for their safekeeping.
Very
Okay,
interesting. Yeah.
yeah. So
Okay.
well done all. So you have, I think you have answered all the questions. Okay, quite well.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Since there are no more questions, yeah, I think you have everybody is satisfied with the sessions as well, and you have already got the answer for your questions. So I guess we shall conclude the sessions. Yeah. So the organizer would like to say thank you to Dr. Noor Akmal, and we would like to present to you the appreciation plaque and the appreciation certificates. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You virtually.
Virtually, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank
Lim,
you very
Dr.
much for the
Salvia.
sessions. Yeah. Jumpa lagi.
Jumpa lagi, insyaAllah. Okay.
All right,
Thank
I
you so
guess.
much for the opportunity, Dr. Lim, Dr. Salvia. See you again next time,
Inshallah.
insyaAllah.
See you again.
Bye. See you.
All right. So
Bye.
I guess that's the conclusion for these sessions. Yeah. I'm also would like to thank you to say thanks to the organizer for including me as a moderator. And so that's all. That's it. Yeah. Alhamdulillah. I hope that this session will be beneficial to all the students and the lecturers as well. So over to you, the MCs. Thank you very much.
Yes. As a token of appreciation to Dr. Salvia Mokhtar for moderating this second session, a workshop on building information modeling or BIM, brought by Dr. Noor Akmal.
The International Summer Course Architecture 2024 Committee presented a plaque of appreciation to Dr. Salvia Mokhtar. Thank you, Dr. Salvia.
Thank you, Dr. Salvia. Once again, thank you, Dr. Salvia. To shorten the time, we will enter the scheduled break. Participants and lecturers may take a short break from 12 from now, GMT plus 7 until 2 p.m. GMT plus 7 West Indonesia time. So we will take a break for the next around 2 hours.
And after that, participants may return on time so that the class flow can be carried out according to the schedule. You may just turn off the camera and please stay connected to stay inside the Zoom meeting.
Have a nice break.
pancur sisa melameringis mo bagai turang alemar di dakatmu bekel masada duan dando alika kita duan dando alika kita
Hello, Luis. Can you hear my voice?
Hello. Now I can hear you.
All right.
Yes, I can hear you, but not the moderator.
Sure.
It's 2 p.m. already, meaning our break time is over. We'll wait for 3 minutes for other participants to rejoin this meeting.
What time is it in Austria, Dr. Uli?
9 in the morning.
9 in the morning. So it's afternoon here in Medan, so I'm having my iced latte. Wow.
Nice, yeah. Enjoy.
When will you
Yes.
depart? When will you depart to Indonesia?
At 3 p.m.
Today?
Today.
Oh,
Yes.
wow. So it's
So
gonna be
after the session, I will go to the airport.
all right. So have a safe journey.
Yeah, thank you.
ISJA 2024 participants may turn their camera back on as a sign of attending the class and respecting the speakers and moderators. All right, before the next session, we would like to apologize about the technical issue for Dr. Nur Akmal's vlog video. And now we want to represent the blog for Dr. Nur Akmal. Thank you, Dr. Nur Akmal, for the presentation.
For the next agenda, we will have another workshop. The workshop in this session is about cultural mapping.
But before that, let's introduce our awesome moderator for today's second session, Ms. Narasu Siregar, SD Master of Science.
Miss Narosu is an academic based at Universitas Sumatera Utara, where she brings a blend of expertise and passion to her work. Born in Jakarta and raised in Medan, she completed her undergraduate degree in architecture at Universitas Sumatera Utara in 2017. She then pursued a master's degree in urban design and city planning at University College London.
Ms. Narosu's research focuses on the history of cities with a particular interest in post-colonial landscape. She is dedicated to integrating the physical aspect of city design with the historical dimension that shape urban environments. At the university, she is a member of Laboratory of Housing and Urbanism. She served as the English editor for Corridor Journal and contributes to the Center of Excellence in Sustainable Tourism.
In her teaching role, Ms. Narosu offers courses on the urban design, housing and dwelling, and design and accessibility. She also tutors first and second year architecture students in the design studio.
Outside of academia, Ms. Narosu enjoys traveling, visiting museums, photographing, building, and cafe hopping. Her daily companions are her guitar and a good cup of coffee. We are happy to have her here today for moderate the next season.
To shorten the time, please join me to welcome Ms. Narosu. Good afternoon, Ms. Narosu.
Good afternoon, Luis and Alia. Thank you very much for the intro, and thank you very much as well for having me back here for the second time. Well, good afternoon, Dr. Uli, and this is morning there at your place. In this session, under the theme Cultural Mapping, will be presented by Dr. Ulrike Herbig, and I will try to introduce her in this session. Dr. Ulrike Herbig is a distinguished senior scientist at the Faculty of Architecture and Planning at TU Wien, where she plays a pivotal role in coordinating and supporting research projects as well as managing international affairs. Her academic journey began with a focus on geodesy, eventually steering her towards the interdisciplinary recording and documentation of built cultural heritage. Dr. Uli, PhD, emphasized the importance of public participatory measures in conserving cultural heritage, a theme she continues to champion in her current research. Her expertise is in key areas: the interdisciplinary recording and documentation of architecture, World Heritage monitoring and management, public participation in cultural heritage documentation, the interrelation between natural and built environments, and the study of traditional architecture in both European and non-European regions. The broad scope reflects her commitment to integrating diverse perspectives and methodologies in heritage conservation. Since 2018, Dr. Uli has served as the head of Preventive Monitoring Group of the Austrian National Committee of ICOMOS, underscoring her leadership in heritage preservation. Additionally, she is a vice president of ICOMOS Austria and an active member of the scientific committee CIPA Heritage Documentation. Her international engagements include research projects in Indonesia since 2003, highlighting her global perspective and collaborative approach. Through her interdisciplinary work, Dr. Uli not only advanced the field of cultural heritage conservation, but also ensures that public engagement remains to the forefront, fostering a collective responsibility towards preserving our shared heritage. So without further ado, I will give the floor and the Zoom screen to Dr. Uli. Welcome, Dr. Uli.
Thank you very, very much for the very nice introduction. And I will share my screen. I just have to push this Zoom aside, otherwise we will have you. Okay, yeah. Today's lecture is about cultural mapping. You already had quite a journey of presentations about the importance of cultural heritage and why we have to document it so that we can have a good and sustainable development, hopefully. So today I will, if I can switch my slide, yeah. Today I will talk about why we care about cultural heritage, or why we should care about cultural heritage. I will show you how we define a cultural heritage site within the World Heritage context, but we can also use this as an example for defining cultural heritage patterns and objects and ensembles, whatever, in other places. It's just a good example how to do that. Then I will show you methods for the cultural mapping. Punto already mentioned this morning that this will be an important part, because this is something that you will do the next week. Then I will show you some examples and how they have been implemented in the Austrian context. And finally, and that's I think what you are looking for, is the assignment. What will you have to do next week in Quesada? So why should we care about cultural heritage? So here we have some examples. In the middle on top, we see that modern cities are getting more and more similar. We don't really see very often where is this city, what is this city about. And if we compare the rich and diverse cultural heritage of Indonesia in the middle on the bottom, we see that we can, so if we studied it, know where this building is from. And we need these kind of examples, and we need the visual interpretation of our collective memory, because if we are losing it because of war, as we can see here some examples to the left, the war in the former Yugoslavia in the 90s, or an example of Ukraine in the moment after these armed conflicts, we see that it is really important for the people to recover, to have still some reflection of their cultural heritage alive. The same follows also after a natural catastrophe. Here on the right, we have examples of the earthquakes in 2005 and 2006 in Indonesia, on top in Nias, and on the bottom part on the right in Yogyakarta. After a reconstruction work, or during the reconstruction work, if you observe it, you see that people really need cultural heritage. And this is also why the World Heritage Convention was developed during the recovering process after the Second World War. And I will show you a short video. I just have to switch to another program, and I hope you can hear it.
I don't think there is a sound coming, Dr. Uli.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you don't hear the sound, is this right?
Yeah, we don't hear it.
Okay. Then I have to, sorry, and then I will stop this one here. I think I forgot to put on, where is it? Sorry, I forgot to put on the, share the
audio.
Yeah, share the audio, sorry.
That's okay.
So now I have to find my desktop again. Here it is. And then you have to find the video again. And okay. So it's a short video. It's just 2 minutes, but I think it's nice.
of the two world wars, to promote understanding between peoples and to secure peace, UNESCO was founded in 1945 as the Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization of the UN. A remarkable event strengthened further international cooperation. Following the construction of a dam in the 1960s, the ancient temples of Abu Simbel were literally on the verge of sinking. An international rescue mission prevented this by dismantling the monuments and rebuilding them on higher ground. This successful project raised awareness about the fact that all over the world there are places that are of outstanding value to all mankind and which therefore must be protected from threats such as armed conflict, deliberate destruction, economic pressure, natural disasters, and climate change. The idea of the World Heritage was born. In 1972, the first member states of UNESCO signed the World Heritage Convention and committed to preserving natural and cultural monuments and sites of outstanding universal value on their territory. For a site to be included in the World Heritage List, it must first be nominated by the country in which it was located. The nomination is examined by international experts who decide whether the inclusion in the list is justified. Finally, the World Heritage Committee, a body of 21 elected states, takes a vote. World Heritage Sites shows the diversity of cultures and natural phenomena that are tangible evidence of the bond between human beings and nature. The UNESCO World Heritage contributes to the preservation of these remarkable places and to promoting cultural exchange, dialogue, and peace in a sustainable way.
Oh, I hope you enjoyed this little video, and I think it shows really in a very good and very short way why we do have the World Heritage Convention, so the World Heritage List, and why is cultural heritage important. So we don't have to have a World Heritage Site, but we can also apply all the definitions and also how to treat a cultural heritage site in the same way. So if we look what is cultural heritage, we not only look at one thing in particular, but also the whole surrounding in its environment, in its interrelation with the nature, with the culture, with the history, with the people and peoples that are living in and around a World Heritage, not only a World Heritage, but also a cultural heritage site. Just if you understand this whole complex, then you can develop in a way that is sustainable in order to keep it alive on the long run and also to allow development. That's also very important. So with the World Heritage property, also with all other cultural heritage property, you always have to look what is your property? Is it just a building? Is it the whole city? Is it just a part of the city? And then you can define what kind of protection has to be applied there. Very important is also to have a buffer zone, so an area that has not this high level of protection, but is also to be considered in any development. And of course, it is very important to know the wider setting, because very often if you have just a core in the city, but you put something next to it, a high-rise building, then some visual access will be disturbed in a way. So that you have to look not only at this one heritage property that you want to look at, but also in the buffer zone and in the wider setting. So to look at it in the whole complex. So if we have a World Heritage Site, we define an outstanding universal value. So a value that applies not only for the country itself, but for the whole world. Again, you can apply this also for your cultural heritage site. So you can define, are there criteria that this particular site combines in itself? is it there, still alive in its integrity and authenticity? And do I have protection and management ideas for the protection or for the conservation of this site? Same thing again, it does not need to be an outstanding universal value, but an outstanding value for your place, for your country, for your city. So that's very important to understand. So if you look at that, you can also check if your site has one of those 6 cultural heritage criteria. Is it representing a masterpiece of human creative genius? Does it exhibit an important interchange of human values, and so on and so forth? So you can read yourself, because this is a very good idea of how to define or how to check if one property, an ensemble, or an area is really very important for this town, for this country, or for this region this cultural heritage property is located. There are in total for the World Heritage Convention framework, there are 10 criteria. 6 are for cultural heritage sites and 4 are for natural heritage sites. And I just focused here on the cultural heritage sites, and you can have a look at that later on. And we can discuss it on site when we are walking around in Cassava. So what is now this authenticity that we are talking about? You heard about that already from different presenters before, but I think it is very important to get the concept, what is authentic and how we can understand it. Is it still truthfully and credibly expressing through attributes the continuous development of the site or a certain time period when this cultural heritage site or this cultural heritage property was developed? So is it still there, or are there already too many things applied or over restored or whatever, so that this property is not authentic in its place where it is now? And the integrity measures the wholeness and intactness of the natural and or cultural heritage and its attributes, the extent to which the property includes all elements necessary to express its outstanding universal value. Again, it does not need to be the outstanding universal value, but the value you define for your cultural heritage site. And this complex you have to check as a base before you can implement any conservation measures in combination, in collaboration with the people living in, around, or for this cultural heritage site. Then we have the protection and the management. So are there already some measures related to the property's outstanding universal value protection in place to protect its integrity and or authenticity so that it lasts on the long run? So these are the pillars that we have for the conservation of World Heritage sites. But as I mentioned already, you can use this as an example for the protection, for the conservation, for the management of all cultural heritage sites. So it makes sense to check this and then document it in a way that you can keep it on the long run. So there are a lot of things. We have the outstanding universal value, the authenticity, and so on and so forth. And again, is it just for World Heritage sites? No, it is really something that you can use for all cultural heritage and adapt it in a way so that it does not have this outstanding universal value or outstanding universal value, but an outstanding value for your country, for your city, perhaps just for yourself or for a community, so that you have to protect it. Pak Punto already mentioned and also Pak Johannes Widodo and others mentioned the historic urban landscape approach. Here again, I just put these 6 steps to summarize it again. What you have to do starting from the comprehensive surveys and mappings of the resources, of the features, and so on and so forth, to the establishment of appropriate partnerships and management frameworks. So we have these 6 steps. What we are doing with the cultural mapping is this very first step. And as you said, this is very important to understand what is there and why it is important for the people, and are the people that are living in, around, and with this cultural heritage site really aware what is important for them? Can we define it in a way so that everybody else can understand it, what is important, and how we can use this for its maintenance and for its conservation on the long run? Just then you can follow all the other steps and to establish this framework so that you really have a good base for a sustainable conservation of your cultural heritage site. So here are some methods for the cultural mapping, and I just give you some examples which are very useful to be applied. Not all of them we will use during our time on site, but perhaps one or the other participant finds out it would be very good to do one or the other method, because at our particular case area, this or that could be really of use or could be really interesting to measure. So here are some ideas of how to analyze a public space for this mapping. Very, very, very important is to know. You have to go to a site to really understand it. Of course, it is very important to study a lot of expert opinions, expert documentations before you go. You have to study the history, and you have to study what kind of researches or have been done within the framework of the documentation of this site. Here's a nice quote by Jane Jacobs: please look closely at real cities. While you are looking, you might as well also listen, linger and think about what you see, and of course also what you hear. Just being in a cultural heritage environment provides you all the necessary information that you by heart know what to do next, what to look at, and what is the important thing when you are in this cultural heritage environment. Just to do a desktop review does not help. So that's a really, really important message to learn to know. If you do something for the conservation of cultural heritage, you have to go to the sites to do very useful and very sustainable development. If you don't get this feeling to be there, you don't see what the people are doing in these spaces, what is happening in temperature during the whole day, where is the wind coming from, what are the noises, what kind of animals are running around, how are the people behaving there, what does really the shades on the facade look like, and all these kind of things make tiny bits and pieces to understand a cultural heritage property. So go there, stay there, sit somewhere, and just get this as an impression on yourself, so to get yourself involved with this cultural heritage site. So that's a very important thing to know before you start. So what you do, you look at the environment, just sit somewhere, sit and sip some coffee, or sit somewhere in front of a shop, talk with people, and just look what's happening. Look at the people, their movement, their activities. Look if you find out there's something missing because the people are standing around, they take some boxes and sit on these boxes. Perhaps there is a bench missing, or everybody is just running around very closely to the facade because there is no shade, and just a tiny shaded spot in front of the facade is the one we can move around when it's very hot. And then look at the traces of the history of the environment. So where are heritage marks? Where are old things? And this can be the facade, that can be the building, but this can also be a signpost in a tiny trace that shows you what happened in this place. So what to investigate? A lot of things. We look at the architectural features, so the outside volume. We look at the height of the buildings. We look if they are put closely together. We look if they are in similar height, if they are in similar forms. So are they all rectangular? Are there any rounded facades? Are the roofs pitched, or are the flat roofs? And all these kind of things. We just look what are the similarities and where are things that are perhaps kind of disturbing a homogeneous picture, because people find things that are very homogeneous nice and beautiful. And if there is something that is out of this place or very different, then we find it disturbing. And if we see that there is something disturbing, then we have to analyze, is this on purpose to point out something very special, or is it because there is a very super modern element which did not take care about the fabric that was around there and is very different to what we have here. So what we look at the architectural features on the facade. Of course, you are students in architecture or planning, perhaps you know about what you can look at, but still it is very good to have an orientation of what kind of things you should consider, and then perhaps add other things on this list. So you always have to check if the facade, so the nicest facade of the building, really orientated to the street. Sometimes it is not. Sometimes the nice facade is orientated to the backyard, to the interior yard. It depends on how the people want to show their public space to, or the beautiful face of the building to those who are entering a building, for example. Then see, are there gardens or are there any other features in front of the building? Sometimes there are some marks, especially in villages, perhaps some stones or whatever, so that is marking something very particular. Then, of course, on the facade, you always have the eyes of the facade in front of the windows. Are the windows, how many windows we have, how many exits do we have, are they very symmetric, are they not symmetric, where are the doors, how big in relation to the windows are the doors, what is the relation between the openings in the facade to the whole facade, and so on and so forth. What is the difference between the ground floor and the upper floors? Are the shop fronts very similar? Are there very many differences? Are there any shadings of the windows, and so on and so forth? What kind of material are used there? Is it with wood? Is it plaster? Are there some concrete elements? Are there some iron elements? Whatever. So all these kind of details to check, and the best is to analyze those kind of features sitting there and sketching. So do your own sketch. Of course, everybody has their smartphone now where you take the pictures, or you have your camera taking pictures, but it makes quite a difference if you just sit somewhere and make a sketch, because a sketch drawing is done in more time, and you have to look at the details much more intense than if you just take a picture. So time is an essential aspect of this mapping, and I will tell you about that more often than once, because it is really important to get this in your work and in your brain, that you should sit somewhere and look at things for a longer time and be more detailed with it. So what do we look at the urban fabric? So we looked at the details of the architecture, but what is in between the buildings? How are the streets? Are they very straight? Are there any curves? Are there pedestrian ways or non-pedestrian ways? Is there a place for irrigation of the street? How are squares designed? Are there all the squares in this area that you find very similar? Are there some places that are to show off some particular features or something like that? So how are the places used? This is also very important. Is this something that is just used for commuting? Is it used for having some shops, some open shops there, perhaps food market at some place? And these kind of things, the use of spaces, especially in open spaces, takes also more time, because the use of spaces might differ from in the morning until the evening. It might also differ during the pace of the year, because in some at some times you have a street market that just takes place on the second Monday in the month or something like that. So you have to observe a place longer than just a day, because you won't see this. And you, of course, you can hear about these particular features from people you're making interviews with. But if you want to make a very detailed historic urban landscape approach, you would need to observe a place or a cultural heritage site for the whole circle of a year, because then you can observe from yourself and define from your own from yourself, from your own experience, what happens at these particular places. Then, of course, you will document the street furniture, so benches, signs, shading devices, whatever is there. If there are trees, can be used as street furniture, but also as a natural element. If there are some patches of lawn or something like that. And then look very detailed, what are the materials there, which also define colors and textures. Is it something where we have rough textures or very smooth textures? What are those kind of particularities in these open spaces? Then we have the social aspects, very, very important. We already heard about that. Without the people and people's interaction between the cultural heritage, all the cultural heritage is not worthwhile, because as we said in the beginning, why are we taking care about the cultural heritage conservation? We do it because it is a part of the collective memory of the people. But of course, it is just worthwhile to look at those things that are there in the collective memory. And if we don't see that the people are using a place anymore or a particular feature, then it lost its purpose. That's very important also to know. So in some cases, you can change something because it is not so important for the people living around there anymore. Or perhaps it is something that lost its importance because of something, and perhaps it needs to be recovered. So that's something you have to find out with the investigation of the history and with interviews with the people there. But before we do interviews with people, we just observe what are they doing. Are they staying at some places? Are they just commuting? Are they just walking around? Are they driving with bicycles, with motorbikes, with cars, and so on? And again, what are the activities during the year? Are there some, I don't know, pilgrimages happening? So more people walking around, less people walking around in these activity periods, daily, weekly, monthly, or yearly. So that's again what I mentioned. It is really important to have a longer observation time. So for a very deep investigation, again, you need at least a year, because this is most likely the period things happening in a place. So the historic facts we already said, it is something that you observe before you go there. So it's the official history of the space or the place or the cultural heritage site. But this is what you can do also in a desktop review. But the historic facts can also differ if you talk to the people and they tell their story. So storytelling is a very important part of the cultural mapping, to see also how the intangible parts of the cultural heritage are related to its expression that you can see here. So perhaps the people will not only tell you the stories, but show you their old drawings, their old books, sketches, and maps. So it's a bit different to what you do in your desktop research. If you be out there and do an investigation with the people, ask your questions and ask them for material. Yeah, so perhaps they have nice old pictures of their family in front of buildings, and a lot of very interesting information is embedded in, I don't know, wedding pictures, in pictures of celebration, and in the background you will see the cultural heritage, and thus the interrelation at that time between the people and the buildings or the cultural heritage properties. So don't forget to ask about those kind of things. So then you can make a very objective documentation. So you go there and count how many people are there around. So how many people are walking around. And then you can check, are there more men or more women walking around? What is the age of the people commuting around this space? Are they walking in groups? Are they walking in pairs? Are they walking as a single person? So because if you're sitting in front of the railway station, for example, in the morning, there will be a commute of different things, of people who are going to the offices, perhaps alone, but then there will be groups of students who are commuting together. And then during the day, perhaps there will be the elder people coming and do their shopping or something like that. So if you have this also counted with numbers, then it's much nicer to know who is walking and how and at what time. What helps, of course, are these people counters. You know them from when you go in the plane. The ladies are counting the passengers. And when you do it, you will sit on the street. One is counting and the other person is writing it together. It is or it can be really boring, but it makes sense at the end if you have the good numbers. And then you will map this, or you can use this as a mapping tool for the behavior of the people too. So you have the numbers, and then you can show with the size of these circles how many people are walking here, how many people are sitting there, and then you can investigate, is this related to the facilities? So if they are sitting there, of course, there are benches or they are waiting there because there's a bus stop, and all these kind of things you have to investigate and map in your map that you are providing there. This is something, as this takes a lot of time. So because as you see here, you will put it also in a timesheet. You need a lot of time, and this is something we don't have. So you will see in the assignment, this kind of documentation is not part of our assignment, But if you do something in the future, don't forget about these tools and about these methods that you could do to find out about how the people are using the space, how people are using the fronts of buildings or something like that. How you can map the behavior also in another way. So you have your facades here, then you have the front of the shops, and then you can map how the people are moving around and what are they doing there. So they will be in one of the shops, then they will walk to in this direction because there's the railway station or the bus stop or something like that. So to map this in the context of the serial facade pictures and sketches you have, will show you even a bit better why are these behaviors happening. Because this one has a particular nice facade, or there's street furniture people can use, or this is a shop people really, really like, or this is a shop where they are selling the best bread in town or the best coffee in town, so most of the people would go there. So this is something you can map in a sketch and combined sketch and serial pictures like that. When you draw this movement and then you show it in different kind of simulated laboratories, then it is easier to really understand where are the core places. So here highlighted in these light colors, where most people are moving around. So all these kind of documentation will help you to know where are the hotspots where I want to develop something, where I really have to take care when I develop something, because people really use this place. So I can't put a facade into the street because people are so used to walk around there that you can't change that. And or any other ideas that are helpful to know what to do with a space. Yeah, and of course it is, as I mentioned, a good idea to observe it during a whole day, because then you will see the differences. But if you make it in time slots of 10 minutes and to put this together, then it will help you to make a better analysis or an easier analysis, so to say. You can also investigate the traces of people when something happening. So in Europe, so even if it's not so easy anymore, but you will see, especially in wintertime, people walking around because you see the traces in the snow. So this is something easy. Sometimes you see it also in the meadows, yeah, when you have green place somewhere in the city, that there are places where people are always walking because the grass is not there anymore. And when there is a huge event, you will also find the traces because of the trash. Here, a marathon run, I forgot where it was, but here you will see the signs of the traces of the people in the trash, but not only the people running, but also the people observing, because when somebody starts just throwing away the garbage, then this in many cases will also kind of be an example of others observing what's happening there and then also just put the trash somewhere. And here you can investigate then not only where was the run, but also where most of the people were observing and watching what's happening. So if you know about this movement, again, this tracing, you can trace, as I mentioned, with the counting, but you can also follow the people and see where are they moving around. For example, also with these movement images that you let the camera open for a long time, then you also see where are most of the people then gathering around, where are the magnets for something. So if you want, for example, make a new tourism tour for people because it is quite annoying because everybody is always taking the same pictures, the same spot, and then you have so many people around all the day, and all those who are working there, they can't pass and so on. So perhaps you can find out where is this spot. In most cases, this is quite easy to find out, but on the other hand, it is very important to locate it in a very specific way, and then it is easier to find some ideas of how to dissolve the people a little bit, to find some solution, to have a better guiding through your site. What is also very interesting, if you track not only one particular spot, but also you check where are the people going, yeah? So it is really interesting to follow one person. If you do this kind of observation, it is always important to ask the people. So if someone, so again, railway station is a very easy to understand thing. So if somebody is coming from the railway station, say, can I follow you? So then you follow this person through the city to their working place, to their shops and so on. And then you can document how this person is behaving. And then you will find more, and then you will find out where are most of the people commuting from the railway station. What kind of ways do they use? Is it a direct way? Do they follow certain paths because there is more shade? Do they avoid some places because of the traffic and so on? So in the first glance, perhaps this sounds pretty strange, but very often you find out because of those tracing and tracking methods that that people are avoiding, perhaps ladies in the evening, certain paths because there is not light enough and it is strange and I don't know, something happened there. So this is very important to do some tracking with people around. This is not so easy because you're always following one person and that could take some time. Again, a method that you can just apply if you really have more time that we have here in the next days. As I mentioned, you can trace then where they have moved. What you can, of course, also do this tracking with videos because a lot of public spaces now have or are equipped with video cameras, and then you can really track where the people are moving around. Yeah? So this Big Brother is watching you is also happening in a lot of cities right now, and very often you can use this if you do it for research, for tracking and analyzing where the people are moving around for your purposes. Very important are the interviews, as I mentioned already, for getting the hidden dimensions, so the history, but also the interrelation of the people with their cultural heritage. Is it still very important? What is the common understanding of its development, of its current state, or these kind of things? It always makes sense not only to interview the people who are in the streets, but also to talk with stakeholders, community leaders, with the mayor, with the district mayor, and so on. And very important, it is to have the questions before you make an interview. Of course, you can always make an open interview, but so just tell me about blah, 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 and let the people talk. But if you don't have really good, just 3 to 5 questions ahead, then it is really hard to compare the outcome of the results or the answers you get. And what is also very important, all the people that you are questioning, or most of the people, because there is always the one person who really likes to talk and will tell you a lot of things, should not be longer than 10 minutes. Yeah, so try it out, have your questions there. We will provide you example questions. This is something that we will really do. And then you can talk with the people, try it with yourself in the group. How long does it take to answer these questions, so that you are sure that you don't take more time with each person that you're asking than these 10 minutes. And it is also very important that you, as the person who is making the interview, are talking about who you are and why you are doing it. Yeah. So, and always try to make a very nice environment if you're talking to people. And as I mentioned, it is, or it did not mention so far, but what is really important if you do interviews, make it in a pair, because it is always nice to talk with people, and if you to watch them and look them in the eyes, and if you have to make notes, or you have to make notes, but if you're making notes, then it looks like a distraction. So it is always better to have one who is making the interview, talking to the people, and the other one who is taking the notes. So we evaluate the heritage places. We collect the collective memory parts that are still there in the people, and we estimate the value. So just in this interaction with the people who are living in, around, and for perhaps a cultural heritage site, we can find out about its value. So it is really important to know about that. And it is also very important sometimes to use some strangers. So if you are not a local, then it is really interesting, because very often people will find out or will realize, perhaps this cultural heritage is still really important for us now that you are asking. So it is always the thing that you are raising interest on cultural heritage sites just in asking questions. And here's an example that we did in Samoa already quite some time ago, because the elder people could not speak English. So we used the children as translators, and they never thought about their cultural heritage. But in the translation, talking with the elder people, they found out, oh, there are very many things that I did not know, because I never asked, because things are there where I should bother to ask. And so they found out about that their cultural heritage is also quite interesting. So some ideas, some methods, some food for thought, so that you can use in your interviews. And how, what you do with the literature review, and how you find out the information of the history on your desk review. You already heard by Bunadia and Bakuit about the digging for data presentation. So I hope you do this kind of thing already beforehand, because to know a little bit already before you go there is really important. And then you can do all your summaries and in a sketchbook. So this can be a book itself, which makes really sense to have at hand to make your sketches, to put in on, I don't know, paper material. You can digitize it and have it in a digital form. That's really good. But to make some sketches, it's always very good to have a really analog book with you. And it's always nice to have something that you can feel. So don't forget to sketch that. What you also can summarize is the color and material analysis. So all the maps and pictures and so on are in your sketchbook, in your paper sketchbook, and in your digital sketchbook. But don't forget about some really details like the materials and colors and so on. Make these kind of nice summaries that you really can analyze. What is the color palette here in Kesavan? So what is the material palette in Kesavan? So that if you do some interventions in the future, we can use this as the basic material and color concept example for any changes. And what you can also use for, especially for the documentation of people and this more intangible part, are films. So if you are, or if you have in the group a person who is really used to make short films, then really facilitate that. It is a really good thing to catch the scenery. It also includes this timely aspect to see how fast are people moving around, what are the noises around. So this makes a lot of sense to do some short films, so to see the interaction of the people, the movement patterns between the people, then also the weather, shading, change influences, and so on and so forth. So it makes sense to document also in films as a method so that you can use it later on for your analysis. Okay, so I hope that provided you already a really big bunch of methods and ideas of how to document and how to map your cultural heritage. You heard already about GIS, or you really heard about GIS and what kind of tools you can use to map your details that we heard before. So combine these tools to have a complete documentation of your site. And now I will show you briefly some examples of documentation we did in Indonesia, but also in other places. So for example, mapping heritage trails in South Nias. So in 2011, we did a project in Nias after the earthquake in 2005, and it took a longer time because the reconstruction process took quite long. Still, what was not documented was the where the tracks between the villages. So this is a very nice village conglomerate. It's called Uri, Bave Matalur. So I think you will have heard about Bave Matalur, but all the other villages are connected to Bave Matalur. So it's the biggest one, but there are also others where you at that time just could walk. And if you look at those walks, they are very important for the people, not only for going there and working in the gardens, but also to commute between the villages. And it could be also used as a heritage trail for tourism purpose, for example. And on the other hand, it was also very important to know, in the case of emergency, in the case of another earthquake, how to come from one village to the other, how to bring material up there, and how to help people if needed. So if you put this, and this was mapped just by Google Maps on these trails with all the pictures, so that you know what is the path looking like. So here is a bridge that can be just crossed with a motorbike. So all details that are really helpful if somebody has to work there, that they would know, okay, I can't send a car there. It's just a motorbike bridge, but we can send some material or food or whatever with the motorbike. So something in mapping of cultural heritage trails that can be used in for other purposes. So how we use GIS for the conservation in a cityscape of a tiny village in Austria. So this is Bad Aussee, which is really in the center of Austria. Really nice, located in the mountains of Styria. And this is the heritage core of the city. And here we documented each and every house with a lot of details. So here, because this was a former professor of architecture and history of art, he really made a plan of what to document for each and every house. So we used this old documentation in 1986 and digitized that and made a new documentation and put this in to an ArcGIS format, so that in the future, the mayor of the city would know, okay, what kind of buildings are there? Are there hotels, apartments, and so on and so forth? And we did also other layers for what what is the condition of the building, is there a heritage value, and so on and so forth, so that they can later on, if somebody wants to develop a new building in the city, decide what kind of protective measure here has to be applied. So very simple maps, but still a very useful tool for the development of the city, or this smaller, small cities, a very tiny towns, so to say, in Syria. If you have a huge town like the city of Vienna, you use a GIS system, and I invite you to look at that, because you see here how many layers you can have in a documentation of a cultural heritage city. And here in the core, we have the city center of Vienna. I don't know if this is. Oops. This is the city center of Vienna. We will later see also the boundaries of the World Heritage Site of the city center of Vienna. So this is our actual state of the city. This is a layer of an historic part of the city center around 1850. You see that there is a lot of green space around the core of the city center. You see different reds. So the light red is common buildings, and the dark red are official buildings like the castle of the then king, but also churches, ministries, and so on and so forth. And then we have here the fortification wall still happening. Before the fortification wall is another wall closer to the city. And then we have this green space where people see if the enemy is coming, so that you can shoot them from here, because here where the weapon stood, here and here. So normal fortification, you will also find these examples in cities in Indonesia. But in the mid of the 19th century, the city government of Vienna decided to build up this area, because there were no other threats of people coming and or not these common threats anymore. So they dismantled the fortification walls and built a lot of other buildings, which are now protected. As you can see, these yellow parts are where you have higher protection of the cityscape. Then you have here in red, the core of the World Heritage Site of the Historic Center of Vienna. And in orange, as I mentioned, the buffer zone of the World Heritage Site of Vienna. Then you see here, which is also very important, are visual axes and moving lines. So when you move around here, you will always have a very nice view on something very particular. And if development is happening somewhere, which is happening right now around here, that's why Vienna is now on the list of endangered World Heritage Sites, then you know already from this GIS system that you have to look closer on this development, because it is in this vicinity of a visual axis that is really important. Further on, we have a lot of archaeological sites. Here are particular features like the traces of a fortification, the traces of common houses, and what we had from the Roman times, a lot of streets, as you can see here. So always when somebody is digging in there for cables, for whatever, they really have to take care, because you always will find some 2,000-year-old stones that you have to take care about. So that's very important to have these maps in the GIS system, so that you know how to look at them. Here we have the building periods. You see, in different marks at what time these buildings have been built. The darker they are, the older they are. You see, we have quite some buildings that have been built in the 17th century. around here in this dark blue. So these are things that we really want to protect. You see the little red dots here. And this is something also what we did already with a lot of cultural mapping here. The building periods, a lot of details in literature review and so on and so forth. So this is also documented here. And if you click on this point, then you will have here all the documentation that was collected for this 1 billion. And the whole thing is also available in 3D. And the city of Vienna is really using that. So if they want to give building permits for any site that will be developed here, they are checking in this digital cataster, in this GIS system, what is happening around there, so that they can provide the good measures to protect the cultural heritage, which is still important in Vienna, even if sometimes with this development of the hotels, we are not so sure about. But this is another topic that we can discuss on site, for example, if you're interested in that. So I hope I provided you a lot of interesting tools and facts of how to conduct them. And what we will do here on site, these are 5 particular things. As I mentioned, it is really important to draw some sketches, and I will show you examples, or Punto already showed you some examples of what the students did last year, so very nicely. So you can draw the whole buildings or the whole facade of a street or particular features. What I would be really interested if you find particular details, I don't know, in the facade of the shade of ornaments or whatever, to detail them and draw sketches of it. Then take serial pictures of the facades aligning a street. Also from last year, we have already these serial pictures. And if we do repeat this every year, we have a very nice monitoring tool. And we can check if there has been a change between last year and this year already. That would be really fun. Then we ask you to conduct interviews with people, and we will provide you example questions so that you are within these limits, and then you can already try how you do this interview with people. Then we will ask you to map the height of buildings in the number of stories or levels each building has, and then you can map this in really a GIS system. And how to do this mapping in a GIS system will be provided in another presentation. And then map the function of the buildings. So because this is really nice to have a map around to see where is the residential core, where is the shopping district, where is the mosque, or where are other places that are of interest for our cultural heritage site, which is Kesavan. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on Monday or on Sunday already, because today, right after this presentation, I'm going to the airport and will fly to Indonesia and work with you next week. And I'm excited to do so. So see you in Indonesia soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Uli, for the very informative presentation on the methodology on cultural mapping. So I invite, ladies and gentlemen, if you have questions or technical issue or observations regarding to what Dr. Uli just presented, you are welcome to open the microphone and simply raise your question, or you can also type in the chat if you prefer to. Anyone?
I have a question for Dr. Ulrich.
Sure.
Yep.
Good evening. So my question is, if researchers had obtained data, for instance, the number of people in this year, 2024, how often do they need to update that number? Is it in years or months?
in according or related to what? So it always depends. Yeah.
Oh.
If you it always depends what you are collecting your data for. So if you check what is happening during a year, it makes sense to make for example, a weekly observation to find out is there a weekly difference. If you know that from the interviews with people, there is not really a weekly difference during the whole year, then you would do it monthly because you would hear what is really important, or there are changes every month in this area. And if, for example, some occasions just happening yearly, then you go there and observe it when this event is happening. So you don't have to do it all the time. Just if something like in Europe, yeah, you would to observe at each season what is happening. Yeah, so because people would behave differently, or movement in the streets will be different if it's summer, autumn, winter, spring. Yeah, because the temperature is different. So the same would apply for Indonesia, for example. So because during the rainy season, most likely people would walk different, or can walk different paths during the whole day, because when it's raining, you would move different as if it's no rain. Yeah? So you won't walk through the rain or something like that. So it always depends on what is happening in this area that you are observing, and then you apply it to the pace of the changes in the area.
All right, understood. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you for the question, Danish. Anyone else who want to raise their question or observation or
Hi, I
anything?
have one question.
Sure.
Hi, Dr. Ulrich. It's nice to have
Hello.
you. Hi. I was just trying to understand the part where you were talking about the tracking for a person data collection. So I'm just wondering, how many people should we target on tracking, and to what extent do you want people to track a person's movement when it comes to the collection of data?
Yeah, that always, as I say, the good thing of this whole cultural mapping thing is always depends on, yeah. So depends on, if this is, for example, if you would go to Venice to track people who are coming and going to Marcus Square, and there are really, really many people, then you would need more people tracking different groups, because a lot of tourists there are walking around in groups. And if they are just single people, you will find them out. And then you have to have another observer tracking this one person, or those persons who are moving around as a single person. So you would need to have a good and reliable observation, quite a high number of people. But if you are tracking, for example, just the movement in a space around, for example, the Jongafi house and where the people are coming from or going to from after visiting the Jongafi house, then you need just a couple of people, just, I don't know, perhaps make a number 5 or whatever. So if you know how many visitors are going there every day, and then you would like to know where are they coming from which kind of hotels they are coming from, are they coming from the railway station, are they coming from the airport, whatever, or going to the shops, or going to the mall, or where are they going to, then perhaps because of the number of visitors of the building, you can use the number of the trackers and observers accordingly. So it always depends on the number of people that are moving, that make sense to observe, and what kind of measures you are aiming to apply for. So it's always, yeah, the thing that you have to think about, how many people are there and what you want to use the data for. So it depends on those kind of surrounding or environmental features that you have to consider when choosing the number of observers that you really send out in the field. I hope that answers the question. It's
Yeah,
always
alright.
depends on. Not every site is the same, yeah. So you can't say we do the same things, and that's what the whole historic urban landscape approach is so challenging, because each site is different and it always depends on the environmental conditions there, and environment, and not in terms of the natural environment, but it's all the interrelation between the people, the authorities, the interest groups, the shop owners, whatever is happening there. That is really important to consider beforehand. So make your desktop review, find out what could happen, how many people we really have to send out in the field. Do we need just foreign observers, or can or should we really work with people on site? What kind of information, which group should investigate? Because it's also something that I would like to underline. It really makes sense to have a mixture of observers, some people who are from the place itself, who know it, but also with foreign observers, because very often you are not brainwashed, but of course influenced by your own experience. So you will look at things differently than a person who is coming there for the first time, or with another cultural background, because they would ask different questions. They will perhaps find things strange that you find, mere commonplace. So, and to consider those kind of aspects really makes sense to have a combination of different cultural backgrounds, local people, foreign people, and also what always makes sense to have different disciplines represented. People from architecture, from history, from art history, from planning, you name it. So because all of them have different ideas of what to look at. And if you have a good mixture of these observers, then you will have even better and more diverse results. And each site is diverse. It is not only one layer, it has a number of layers, and the more you put together, the better the documentation result will be, and the base for a future development. And that's really important to keep in mind.
Okay. Thank you. I'll see you next.
Welcome. Yes, you.
I would like to further.
Hello.
May I ask the question? Yeah.
Sure, yes, please.
Yeah. I think there should be a guiding number. I think, for example, in Monday, how are we going to guide the students on the number of people that they are tracking the target? Yeah, how are they going to distribute the work? Because this is important, as I think this is interesting, and I never done this before. So, how can we get the good target and a good result? And how are we going to analyze the result? I mean, to achieve our vision, so-called objective. Yeah. Can you elaborate further? Yeah. Thank you.
I think it depends of how many people we have in the group, and we have these 5 assignments. So I just provided the whole set of tools, but for the tracking of the people, the tracing of the movement, and so on, we won't do that in our course this time. I just wanted to mention it. So in our assignments, we will do the sketching, we will do the serial images, and this can be done side by side. So some people do the interviews, because we know there are some people more outspoken and who really talk with people, and there are the more shy people who will sit there and really like to do just the sketches the whole day, which is really good. That this is kind of the different disciplines. We have here different skill sets of our students, and depending on how many there are, we can have them do divide also more people doing the serial images, the sketches, the interviews, what we have, the mapping of the floor heights or the numbers of floors, and also the function analysis. So I think this is with these 5 particular assignments or tasks, for the assignment, we have enough, because then you can really concentrate on those. You can really have a good documentation of those 5 particular features to document. And then you have a good base for the analysis. Of course, the more you have for your historic urban landscape approach analysis, the better it would be. But in considering the given time, it is better to concentrate on those assignments or on those tasks. So to have more data with those tasks than to start with something else which we can't complete in this short time. Is this okay?
Yeah, we will try out. A very good explanation. Thank you, Ori.
Yeah, welcome. Yeah, looking forward to see you soon.
Me too.
Is there any more questions from the participants? I think there is one pop out in the chat. Oh, I think that's answered already from Miss Nadia.
Yes, we were talking about that.
Mm-hmm. So I think every Zoom participants will also be participating in the field trip in Medan next week.
Great.
Everyone will see you starting on Monday. Oh, there's one just coming from Puteri, asking, there are many researchers out there doing their research in some area. The lack of understanding from local people will affect the project. Perhaps it's more about what if the local people being interviewed doesn't really understand the of this thing that we're working on.
Okay, yeah, but this is, of course, it is really important to have very general questions, and that again, you need for, as Punto also mentioned, a quick scan for a historic urban landscape. This is kind of the time we have here, just a super quick scan. That can't replace a complete historic urban landscape approach measure. Yeah, so because here you would, of course, take more time to talk with the people, to have whole workshops with people, to answer the questions so that they really know the purpose of your research and also why you ask them questions. So, but if you have a very general question that hopefully can be answered by every person. So, for example, what is your most beloved place in this area? Or what you think is the most significant landmark around here? What is the most interesting historic event around here? So something very particular. And if you have, which is not so complicated to answer, because everybody would have their favorite place around somewhere. Everybody would remember what was an historic event to be mentioned or something like that. That makes it easier. Perhaps it is not the same thing as you would do a long time research, but for a quick glance, it's also this quick scan for the historic urban landscape approach, you at least have some material to start with and to plan your more detailed research. Yeah? So even a quick scan is very good to have at least some data and to know where to start from and what kind of things you would have to look deeper. Because sometimes, as I mentioned, it depends on what kind of method you are using because of the given environment. And sometimes it really makes sense to talk a lot with the people. But if it is something where people are just very temporary, then perhaps it does not make too much sense to talk with those people on site, but perhaps more with stakeholders like interest groups who are taking care about this space. But you have to learn to know about that. And this you would learn already in a quick scan or a quick cultural mapping on site. And then you can continue from there. So to start with something, even if it's not the deeper understanding with the people or the long-term observation, it does not matter. Everything that you document is already good, but you have to know the reliability of your data. Yeah? So of course it is different if you make a research for one day or for a whole year. And if you mention this as truly as possible in whatever you put together as an analysis and say it is based on a two-day field trip with students and so on, then it is understandable for everybody who would reference on that the kind of deepness, so to say, of this data and this investigation. So that this is a starting point compared to a long-term observation. So be honest with your data, then nobody will complain about that, and then it is, as good as you documented it. I hope that answered the question.
All right, Doctor. So that means if interviews doesn't work, is it only observation will be enough?
Yeah, as I mentioned, everything you do is enough for a starting point. It always depends on what do you want to get as a result. If you just want to get a brief observation with the eyes of future architects of this area, then if you just do your sketches and your drawings and so on, then it is fine. Yeah. So you don't have to. Nothing is set in stone that you have to do it. But again, the reliability or the completeness of the data has to be mentioned whenever you make a publication about. So it is everything that you do is good enough for the time being. It can be a base for future steps. And the whole cultural mapping and documentation and cultural heritage conservation is an ongoing thing. It never stops. You can't never say, so I documented it all. This can't happen because changes are happening every day. Even if the pyramids in Egypt, they are changing because of pollution and because of a lot of things. So the environment around the pyramids is changing. So you always have to go there again, document again, analyze again. So, and each thing that somebody is documenting, each person who is researching at a certain place is a part of this whole thing that helps to conserve our cultural heritage. So everything is good. Yeah? So it is never not good enough. Just be honest when you use this data, how you got it, how long you took for the documentation, how complete is it, and then it is okay. Yeah. So everything you document is good. And if you can't do interviews, then there's no interview. Of course, it also makes sense to include if you try to do interviews and people did not want to talk with you. In most of the cases, it has, if you find out about this or you make your observation, you can analyze why are people not talking to you? Is it because, I don't know, nobody is around? Is a good thing. Yeah. If the people are too busy, so if you are in front of the railway station, probably it is because they are running to the train or coming from the train, running to the office or something like that. So they are so busy that they don't want to talk to you. Or they are because they think they are observed by somebody. So you will find out about this. So, and then you can use this as an observation point. Yeah. So everything, even the not mapped or not documented information is a part of the information itself, the whole documentation. I hope that also helps. So the whole observation task is to be alert, to be there on site and document what's happening and make your notes. Why can I do this and why did this not work out? And then you can use this also a part of your research. Does this help?
All right, Doctor, understood. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Perhaps one last question for this session? any participants who want to raise the last question? So if that is the end of the question and answer session, I invite the committee to present you the certificate and plaque of appreciation for Dr. Uli. Thank you very much, Dr. Uli, for your time to talk in this
pleasure,
wonderful afternoon and morning at your place, and you have a plane to catch in this afternoon. So yeah, I return the screen to Luis and Alia.
Thank you. See you
Thank you.
soon.
See you
Bye-bye.
soon. Bye.
As a token of appreciation to Ms. Narosu Siregar, ST Master of Science, for moderating the third session, Cultural Mapping,
The International Summer Course Architecture 2024 Committee presented a plaque of appreciation to Ms. Narosu Siregar, ST Master of Science. Thank you, Ms. Narosu.
Thank you very much. Well, have a pleasant rest of your day, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Miss.
Thanks, Miss Naruso.
and just like that, we have reached the end of our amazing International Summer Course program. Time really does fly when you're learning and having fun.
It doesn't feel tiring because today's material is really cool and explained by amazing presenters.
Right, in the first session, we learned about the workshop on historic urban landscape. Quickscan method provides a rapid, effective approach to assess and manage urban heritage by integrating cultural, social, and environmental factors into the planning and conservation process.
And for the second session, we learned about building information modeling, or BIM. It's a digital process that enhances collaboration, efficiency, and accuracy in the design, construction, and management of building projects by creating and managing detailed 3D models and associated data.
And for the last session, we also know a lot about cultural mapping. That's a tool used to identify, document, and visualize the cultural resource, practices, and heritage of a community, fostering a deeper understanding of its identity and guiding sustainable development.
And for the last, don't forget to fill up the presence links and see you at the next meeting, which is tomorrow, with the schedule that has been determined. It is expected for all participants to present on time according to the schedule so that we can start on the class on time too.
And if you have a problem or if you are confused about ISDA, you all can send an email or to the contact from Linktree that we have given to you. And before we end today's meeting, we're going to take some documentaries. So please, everyone, turn on your camera. All right. the first page.
For Akmal, please turn on your camera.
All right, for the first page.
We will take a picture in 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, for the second page, please turn on your camera. We want to see your beautiful and handsome face. Okay, we will take a picture in 3, 2, 1, cheese. Okay, that's enough. On behalf of our entire team, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to each of you for joining us. Your patience and engagement truly made this program a memorable experience.
Right, until we meet again, keep exploring, stay engaged, and let your inspiration thrive. Thank you and farewell.
Goodbye and take care, everyone. You may fill up the presently right now.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Layang-layang, selayang pandang, hadiri dalam rasa bergoncang. Jangan ragu dan jangan bimbang, ini lagu selayang pandang. Lama sudah tidak ke ladang, tinggi rumput dari lalang. Lama tak ku pandang, hatiku bimbang. Lama tak ku pandang, hatiku bimbang. Aruni Juma, Maksana Oh turang sing udah gurulut-gulut, kelateku jadi gurulut-gulut, kelateku jadi Ai bangkuang ale subirangkan mo pancur sisa Mabering mo Bagi turang ale mardida kalat mo Bekal masada Kijong male kijong Kijong male kijong Kijong male dongan madongan Dongan Kijong male kijong Kijong male kijong Kijong male kijong madongan Dongan Siapa sebenarnya Terus panggulo dongan Siap masih jalan dongan Siap pirang mengapusi dongan Hey ono alawe hey 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 ono matua ha ha data laria data lauma ena hijala oda no siga siga foto andita ono jalawa hey ono alawe hey 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 ono matua ha ha data laria data lauma ena hija same to harla oda bano pondrege oe wahawa hey ono alawe hey 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 ono matua ha ha data laria data lauma ena Dan umma akan